Okay, people who are here for animal, we're just waiting for a couple more judges. So we might be... Oh yeah, actually, if you bring your thingy-majingy doofer things up, that's a good start. We've just got a few judges that I think are in finals judging, so we're just making sure we've got enough to get started. Okay, animal judges. Has everyone handed in their thingy so far? Okay, welcome to Room 2, Animal category at the NZIPP 2025 Iris Awards. Thank you to our major sponsor, Canon. We're going to play a little video that Canon have got started. So if we just turn ourselves to the screen, those on the live stream, you'll get the video coming through too. Here we go.
Watch.
Welcome to the animal category, sponsored by Unleashed Education, who have also got a lovely video for us. Coming through.
Hello and welcome.
Thank you very much to our amazing sponsors. Without you, we would not be here. My name is Olivia Wakefield. I'll be panel chairing this category today, and I have the lovely Victoria Vincent who is helping me, and we can't wait to get started. So we have got our judges Sarah Lee Cobb, Jeremy Burns, Amber Griffin, Kirsten Hoff, Catherine Kidnack, Russell Hamlet, Johan Van Kahn, Joe Francis, Belinda Richards and Joe Howell. Thank you so much for being here and giving me your time, all your amazing feedback. So we're going to get started. Oh, this is me singing. I sang in the last category as well. Sorry. We are going to, I'm going to read through the category description. The animal category is for photographs that capture the essence, personality and unique character of real pets, domesticated animals and captive animals. Entries may feature animals in either studio or environmental settings that help tell the story of the subject. The primary focus should be on the individuality and presence of the animal, conveyed through their gaze, body language or interactions with their surroundings. This category celebrates the individuality of animals, capturing moments that reveal their unique personality and story. While creative compositions and backgrounds are encouraged, the animal must remain the central focus of the image. The image must feature one or more pets, domesticated animals or captive animals as the primary subject. Wildlife is excluded and no human presence or parts of a human are allowed in the image. A captive animal is an animal that is kept or confined in an environment where it is restricted from freely living in its natural habitat. The animal's movement or behaviour is controlled or limited by humans. This includes animals held in zoos, aquariums, circuses, farms, laboratories, or as pets. What? That sounded like toilet. I'm so sorry. Wildlife living in protected environments such as conservation reserves, where the animal is not reliant on humans for survival, is not eligible for this category and would be better suited to the nature category. Images of taxidermy or stuffed animals will not be accepted. This is a major editing category, which means all forms of post-production are allowed as long as no computer or AI-generated elements are used. Whew, we got there. Okay, welcome along. Thank you to our other judges that have just turned up who were away. So I think we're going to get started. We're good to get started, Victoria? Yeah, we're good to get started. We're going to call up our first 5 judges, Sarah Lee, Jeremy, Kirsten, Catherine and Amber. And once we are logged in... Oh, beg your pardon, we haven't done the run-through. Back to your seats. Sorry, judges. You're going to come up soon, but Victoria's going to kick off the run-through. I do apologise. Thank you, Catherine. Here we go. Here is our run-through. Judges, if you spot any images that you need to be excluded from, please let us know the number so that honours can load it. That is our category 4 this afternoon. Judges, have you got any exclusions? Please bring them up. Okay, otherwise I'm going to call up. Oh, look, you're all remembered. Look at that. Magic. Amber, Catherine, Kirsten, Jeremy, Sarah Lee. And we'll just wait for everyone to log on. I can see that the print handlers are ready. I've got the eyeballs. Are you all ready, judges? Okay, print handlers. First print up, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 82, a silver award. However, we have an automatic challenge from Catherine. So take it away.
I gave this a 92 gold. I think it's absolutely beautiful and very masterfully handled. It's all about the shape of this beautiful dog to me. It's so incredibly long, and then you've got that tiny little head, and then the flow through the image with the paws reaching out to the front there, the tail. Amber, can you just step to that tail curling round, just beautifully pointed to the lower left corner there, is all really emphasised by the panoramic crop. Beautifully lit, and your eyes just keep coming back to the dog's eyes and that gorgeous engagement. I think it's beautifully printed. Can't fault it, so I'd love to see it in gold.
Thank you, Catherine. Sarah Lee, you're down the other end. Can we hear from you, please?
I might have scored this a little bit hard at 76. I love the tones in the image as well. I find the area under the neck is just losing that detail in the fur, and how the back end and the legs are splayed out. I feel that dog is not as comfortable with the back half as they are sitting with their front half. And if the crop was pulled out a little bit, it would have more room. Right now it feels very tight to the image, but I'm listening, so keen to hear more.
Thank you. Jeremy, would you like to add something? Go for it.
Yes, please. I was at 82. The longer I spend with this image, the more I apologise to the photographer for only scoring at 82. There's so many amazing choices in this image that really make it work so well. The position of the eyes is like beautifully in that second third. The choice of the backdrop mirrors the dog's pelt, which just amplifies so much about the choices, the brilliant choices that this photographer's made to honour this dog. And to me, it looks like an old dog. Its legs are uncomfortable, probably because it is uncomfortable. It looks uncomfortable. It's carrying a bit more weight around its belly. The tightness of the crop adds to the probably uncomfortableness that the family's going through with having this dog photographed, because this might have been their last opportunity. There's so many little things that are like ticking away in my brain that just make this so beautiful, and I'm moving up.
Thank you, Jeremy. Amber.
Because we're talking about gold, I think that I just wanted to speak to this as well. I was actually on 78, and I do agree with you that it's a really, really lovely portrait, Catherine. The reasons that I awarded this a high bronze was because I just feel like the way that it's printed, it really needs a bit more contrast in there. I just felt like the full tonal range of this image is, it's just a bit flat in that way. And the catch lights in the eyes, the catch lights in the eyes, you've got one circle and then one split catch light, which up close makes the dog look a little bit crazy to me. And I know your reading of this dog is that it was maybe quite old. You could be right, I'm not sure, but to me, I actually thought that this could be a pregnant female dog because of the amount in the belly. So the first reading that I got from this was like a maternity portrait. But so there you go, Catherine, work with that.
Thank you, Amber. Does anyone have anything else to add before I hand it back to Catherine? Yeah, Kirsten, go for it.
Just a little bit to add. So this is a greyhound. So greyhounds notoriously do not lay down very well, and they do look a little bit uncomfortable, and that explains the positioning of the back legs. The maternity thing is an interesting aspect, Amber. I think it's possibly more greyhounds just have very deep chests, and because they don't usually lay in this manner, it can make it look a little bit uncomfortable. I scored this in 81 in silver. I think the tones are beautiful. I think it's been captured really well. What stopped me from taking it higher was what Sarah Lee commented on earlier about the crop being just a little bit too tight, and a little bit of that loss in detail under the neck with the blacks, the shadows just being a little bit lacking there. I think, though, based on what I've heard, I will be happy to come up. I don't know if I can quite come up to gold.
Thank you. Yeah, the score is currently 82, and if there's nothing else to add, I'm going to hand it back to Catherine for right of reply. Take it away.
Thanks, everyone. I really appreciate your comments and your insight from those who are more up to speed with dog photography than I am. However, I'm still standing by everything that I originally saw in this. Really, the back legs. I think the fact that they're coming out but they're not distracting for me, and that's all, the shape is still working, is a real strong point. You know, that's been actually beautifully handled by the photographer there. The whole shape of this dog is unusual. I don't know if that's through age or pregnancy. Thank you for that, Amber. But it's quite intriguing, and I think the photographer has really celebrated that with this crop. For me, the tightness of the crop is adding to the negative shapes. And thank you, Jeremy. I love your comments there about honouring this, honouring this potentially old dog. You know, this is a really, I think, a portrait that honours this dog. It's got an agelessness to the style of the portrait, really quite intriguing. And the catch lights in the eyes, going and having another look, they don't bother me. I just find those eyes completely captivating. I disagree about the idea that this is flat and needs more contrast. I think it's incredibly rich and beautiful, and I love that comment about the backdrop mirroring the pelt. If you can't see your way to gold, at least reward this beautiful image with a solid silver distinction, please.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. And Catherine, has your score come back through? That's okay. And we have scored a 85 silver distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. I have a comment, please, from someone for their entrant. Jeremy, thank you.
Congratulations to the photographer. Great choices, well seen, well lit. The sunlight just peeking over the left shoulder, perfect. Congratulations.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Go, Catherine. Thank you.
This is a really just beautiful, honest portrait of the dog, and I think the photographer's captured the joy and done really well as well to balance the flash around the head in particular and light those eyes beautifully. I do find that front paw a little distracting. It's really quite hot. It's one of the brightest parts of the image, so maybe just burn that in a wee bit. But great shot. Congratulations on your award.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next print, please? For those of you on the live stream, the prints are brought up through a little chute under some print lights, and the five judges come up to the front of the room to have a look at the print before going back to their computer and entering in their scores. Okay, we have an initial score of 91, a gold award. Congratulations. This puts us automatically into a challenge. Catherine Kidnack, you are the top scorer.
What an absolute piece of art this is. Just completely magical. I gave this a 94. Really strong initial impact when it rolls around, and then you go up there and you just get lost in all that gorgeous detail. The colour palette is stunning. The pops of colour right throughout the image. Your eye just travels around the image and then back through to the waterfall in the background. It's sort of got an almost prehistoric feel. This could be used for a range of applications, and gosh, if these were your birds, it's really just a piece of art. Yeah, I'd love to hear some other opinions on this, but it sounds like we're all pretty much out the gate. Yeah, shouldn't be too difficult.
You're totally out the gate. Sarah Lee, can we hear from you, please?
I scored this in 86, and I'm coming up because it is such a beautiful composition. I love the echoes of the orange legs and the orange sticks and the joints, and how that sort of has a real beautiful colour and pattern replication. I think, to me, I find the yellow elements a wee bit distracting, and just how sharp everything is in front. Had that been a little bit more subtle, it would have kept my attention on the birds and not on the peripheral items. But amazing work, photographer. Congratulations.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Have we got anyone else that wants to make? Yeah, thank you, Jeremy. Go for it.
This photographer's just showing off. This is ridiculous. There is just so many things to love about this photograph, and I scored at 93, and I still feel like I'm soft on it. I just keep finding things that I love more and more about this photograph. The beak to the bird to the leg, there's just that beautiful triangle in the centre that just holds you there, but there's so much to explore outside of that. And the sharpness of the flowers in the foreground and the log that I think there's a jabiroos, is that right? I'm not a twitcher. This photograph is exquisite. Even the branch leaning in from the left up to the foliage above and then the waterfall in the background, there is so much attention to detail that this is insane, and I will go higher.
Thank you, Jeremy. Have we got anything more to add, judges? I'm going to hand it back to Catherine for right of reply.
Excellent. Thank you so much, everyone. I really have hardly heard any negatives at all. The only thing was the comment about the yellow being a little distracting and taking your attention to the periphery. As I mentioned in my initial comment, that's one of the things I love about this, is the way that those little connections between the colour makes your eye travel around there, and then you get that depth as well. Love the echoes of orange. You're quite right with the legs and the foliage there. Jeremy, I loved your word exquisite. I think you're quite right. This is really an exquisite piece of art. You're also quite right, the photographer's showing off for here, and let's just give them a huge reward for that, because they really deserve to.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 93, a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 82, a silver award, and we have a challenge coming up from Jeremy. Where you go?
This was as beautiful up close as it is from afar. I had to keep looking at it from different angles to see if there was something that I didn't like. And there wasn't until I got close. The eyes aren't pin sharp, which would have been amazing and taken it into gold for me if they were. The focus is maybe around the snout, but there's so much detail in this print. It's exquisite. It's really beautiful. I think we should be rewarding the artist for creating such a beautiful portrait. There's detail where it needs to be and there's not where it doesn't. And that, I think, is really important in this capture. The position of the eyes, the tongue, the big fat tongue. I do want to pat this dog. It's really lovely. I think we should be rewarding it with more than just silver.
Okay, Kirsten, you're down the other end. Can we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I gave this a 78 bronze. What's holding me back is, one, what Jeremy's already touched on, is with the eyes being soft. The nose is clearly in focus, but the eyes aren't. And I think it's really important. Like, it is a beautiful, beautiful expression and capture of the dog, but I think it's even more important with a capture like this to make sure that those eyes are in focus, because they are just a little bit too soft for me. And I disagree with Jeremy on the detail. I think underneath the tongue, the kind of front portion of the chin and the neck there, the blacks just aren't working for me. They're just a little bit too blocky, just lacking some detail there for me.
Thank you, Kirsten. Amber, have you got something to add? Thank you.
Sure. I was on 83, and I really, really wanted to score this higher. But I really struggled with how desaturated the tongue is. It looks almost grey, and I'm just not sure why that is. And also, the paper choice is really interesting for the image, but I don't know, there's such a contrast between the paper choice for the image and then the words down the bottom. I feel like they just feel very mismatched. Yeah.
Thank you, Amber. Have we got anything else to add before I hand it back to Jeremy?
Thanks for your comments. Just going to the Kirsten's comment about the chin, there is no detail there, but it's not black. Like there are other parts of the image that are black, but that's not black. And I guess that's possibly part of the trouble of photographing dogs with such fine hair is it getting lost in focus? It's definitely not falling to black. It's sitting, I don't want to get too technical, but there's detail where it needs to be in the little fine strokes off the snout of its whiskers. There are some fall-offs of black, but it's not in the areas that I would expect them to be, which don't feel like mistakes to me. The tongue, I don't know. I mean, maybe it had something wrong with it. It might just be the colour of the dog's tongue, but I think it's definitely worthy of a strong silver. I think we should all reward the photographer.
Thank you, Jeremy. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 83, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 88, a silver distinction. However, we do have two people in the gold range, and Amber, I'm going to hand it to you as the highest scorer.
Excellent. Wow. I adore this. I gave this image a 92, a solid gold. I just think that this is such a clever capture or composite. If it's been composited, it's been done incredibly well. The personality in the birds, all three of them in the front there, it just really emanates so much personality and almost sneakiness from those birds through the eyes. I just really love the way the composition flows through from the log on the left-hand side and then through the birds and back up into the misty trees at the back. It's such a cleverly put together image, and I really feel that this sits in gold.
Thank you, Amber. I'm going to come to Catherine down the other end. Can we hear from you, please? Not far away, though. Oh, no, actually, I beg your pardon. Sorry, I got that wrong. It's Jeremy down the other end. Sorry, Catherine.
Yeah, I was all the way down at 84, sorry. No, I'm not far behind. I think all the things that you just discussed, Amber, are spot on. There were maybe a few too many elements competing with one another, and that's the thing I was struggling with a little bit with this this image. I don't know, maybe I'm just being a little bit too harsh, and I'm listening, and I'm willing to move I think you're right. It's beautiful. There is personality coming out from those pelicans. It's really powerful. It's well constructed. I'm listening.
Yeah, Catherine, go for it. Thank you, Jeremy.
Yeah, I agree with everything that you've said, Amber. I gave this an 87, so straight to silver distinction. I think the thing that stopped me from going to gold and is still kind of bugging me a bit there is just the strength of that log on the left. It hasn't been faded out with all of the atmospheric smoke as the one on the right has, and it's really quite prominent. It also intersects with that flamingo on the far left in the back there. It's just, if it had just been softened off a little bit, I could come to gold, but at the moment, that's when I squint my eyes, it's such a strong element in such a delicate image.
Thank you, Catherine. Have we got... Yeah, Kirsten, go for it.
I scored this 88, so silver with distinction. What was holding me back from taking it to gold? Because, Amber, I agree with a lot of what you've said there. The one thing for me, though, is that bird in the middle. He's so much lighter that I just keep getting distracted and drawn into the very centre of the image, and I feel like there's so much beautiful elements in this image to explore that I just find the whiteness is just a little bit too bright, especially on the beak, and it just keeps drawing me back to him, and then I feel like I've lost out on exploring the rest of the image, so I'm just finding that a little bit distracting, but maybe you can help me with that.
Thank you, Kirsten. Is there anything else to add? Otherwise, I'm going to hand it back to Amber. Away you go.
Okay, well, it's great to have a fair bit of support up here in the gold range, guys. Firstly, the log on the left-hand side there, Catherine, I actually think that's a really important compositional element of this image. I think that the atmospheric fall-off that you're getting applies to what's going on further back in the image, but that log there is actually quite close to the bird on the left-hand side. So I feel like as far as a compositional thing goes, it makes like authentic sense for that to not have so much of the haze over it. And I really think that the rocks down in the foreground would feel a lot too heavy if that wasn't balancing that out. So I think that actually really works. Also, those long log shapes are just a lovely echo to the length of the beaks, and I just think that they, as shapes, they really all work so beautifully. And the smaller, lighter bird in the middle, to me, feels like the child, or maybe like the child of maybe mum and dad, who are sort of flanking it on either side. So perhaps these birds have a slightly lighter beak when they are younger. I don't know whether that's true or not, but I think the fact that that is the lightest part of the image is actually just a very, very clever way to keep the whole image, keep it together and really draw you into that particular character. And because that bird is just really eyeballing you and really staring you straight in the face, I think that is very, very intentional. The more that I look at this image, the more that I want to have it on my wall. It's a family of... Are they pelicans? I'm sorry, I'm not sure. Okay, let's just go with pelicans. And coming from a family with 3 children myself, I feel like that's the hero in the middle there, the middle child. And the other 2 on either side, they're just not listening, they're not behaving. This is a gold image, guys. Come up there.
Thank you, Amber. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 90, a gold award. Congratulations. Great discussion, judges. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Amber is going to challenge. Go for it.
Please bring it back. Thank you. Right, I'd better challenge this because I'm on 86. The print quality of this and the beautiful, luscious detail all throughout the nose and whiskers is just so yummy with this image from an animal that just stinks. You'd never want to really get this close to one of these guys. And I just absolutely love how all of that rich texture conveys such a kind of comical and ugly but also really cute face. I just think it says a lot about this creature. So talk to me.
Kirsten, you're down the other end. Can we hear from you, please?
I gave this 76. I agree a lot with what you've said there, Amber. The thing that was holding me back, and maybe it's a point so you might be able to direct me higher, I love all the detail in the nose, but the eyes are out of focus, like everything behind the nose is out of focus. And when I first saw this image, I had a little giggle inside because this guy is such a character. But when I got up close, I was disappointed to see that everything behind the nose was so out of focus. I think if the entire picture had been in focus for me, I would have scored it much higher than I have.
Thank you, Kirsten. There's someone in the middle of the pack, Catherine. Thank you.
I'm so pleased this got a silver. I gave it an 84. I'm really happy with it in silver, though, rather than silver distinction. I agree, Kirsten, about the out of focus eyes, and I just think it is all about all that rich texture and everything that you're saying, Amber, in the nose, and had the photographer perhaps burned everything down on the forehead of the animal and the eyes behind and made it really clear that we are really looking at that fantastic snout, and it would have just made that look a little more deliberate. That they're out of focus, and I could have probably come with you to silver distinction, but as it stands, well done on your silver.
Thank you, Catherine. Have we got anything more to add, judges? Otherwise, I'm handing it back to Amber, who's got the mic in her hand, ready to go. Take it away.
So I don't know if you guys have ever been out to Tora, is it, I think, or Palliser, to the seal colonies out there, but when you get up close to these guys, holy moly, they absolutely honk. And I really think that the drop-off in focus of those eyes is super intentional. I think that this is all about the smell, which is all about the nose and all the detail through there. So I really, really feel comfortable with this in a silver distinction range, and I just think that we should reward this photographer for getting so close to that stinkiness. Get up there.
All right, judges, give it a sniff. Do you get that? It's good, eh? And we have gone to 82, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're just going to swap some judges over. How are we all feeling, team? Are you all good? Yeah? Okay. Can we please, Sarah Lee, can you take a break, please? And Russell, are you ready to come on? And Catherine Kidnack, take a break. And Johan, jump on. Just give you a moment to... Are we all logged in, team? Good? Okay. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 85, a silver distinction. Congratulations. I have a comment from someone, please. Thank you, Russell.
Well done to the photographer. Obviously exquisite detail. Very much enjoy the placement of the subjects to the right of the frame, square cropping and everything held within the mother's beak. Lovely triangulation. Beautiful example of our native icon.
Thank you, Russell. Can we have the next print, please? Scores, please, judges. Okay, we have an initial score of 92, a gold award. However, we have 3 people. We can clap. We've got 3 people in the gold range. Jeremy, you are the highest, so we'll take you for the challenge.
Yay. This is so beautiful and so challenging at the same time. You can feel the challenge that the photographer had on that windy day. It feels like it's in Reykjavik. It could be somewhere in New Zealand. I don't know. But you can feel the wind. The paper choice is so perfect for this image. The image is amazing. Like, you can see through the paper choice how beautiful this photograph is. And to present it in this way, that's really challenging to look at. Like, it's under the lights, you've got all this reflective light that you have to get in the right position to see the image on the paper, which adds to the challenge that possibly this photographer was facing, and maybe the owner of the pet, and getting the dog to stay still in this wind. It's beautiful. It is so beautiful in every way. The composition is amazing. The time of day that they've shot this dog, you can still feel personality coming through. It's worth gold, and every bit of gold.
Thank you, Jeremy. Amber, I'm coming to you next, down the other end. Talk to us.
I really wanted to like this, but I just feel completely sort of the opposite about the paper choice. I really, really love the image of the windswept dog, and I feel like the paper choice is such a distraction against that. And the more that I looked at it, the more the paper choice irritated me. And then the black border also, I'm not sure why the black border is there like that. I find that just more of a distraction from what, I don't know, I want to see the original image, and I feel like I've been prevented from seeing the beauty of that. I was on 77.
Thank you, Amber. Russell, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, Jeremy, like I've scored at 92 as well, so I love it. And the funny thing is, I totally get that paper choice thing. I mean, obviously, it's so obvious that we have to think about it. With the lighting the way it is in this environment, that paper choice is fairly confronting. But one of the things I enjoyed is, as you mentioned, you go to the left-hand side or the right-hand side, look at it obliquely, and suddenly you're rewarded with this beautiful image. Were the image presented in a normal sort of environment on a wall, would that paper choice be perhaps quite as intrusive, I don't know, but I'd like to hear what you think is the advantage of the paper choice. Leave it at that.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got anything else to add? Yeah, anyone else before I hand? Yeah, go, Kristen.
I gave this a 92. Wow, that was the first word that came to mind for me. I think the picture alone is stunning. It's so well balanced with the rocks on the left and the dog on the right, and the windswept detail in the dog. What I loved about the paper choice for this is as you move through the image from left to right, it literally feels like the wind is blowing across in real time with that image and just how it changes. So I think, yeah, 92 is definitely a gold.
Thank you, Kirsten. I'm going to hand it back to Jeremy. Take it away.
No, I'm throwing virtual knuckles there to Kirsten for that comment. That's perfect. Just going back to what you were saying, Amber, when I saw that in the run-through, I was like, oh my God, I hope I'm judging that photograph because that's such a cool image. And for it to be presented differently to how it looked in the run-through, the way that it's presented, just amplifies all the challenges that they had. Russell, just going back to what you were saying before, like I look at that with the border and the shape, and I think it's shot on film on an X-Pan. It might not have been, it might have just been shot on digital, but the presentation of that, it just adds to that other element of difficulty. Like it's like they're trying to like really amplify how difficult it was to capture that image. If it was shot on an X-Pan, even harder. It looks like it's been printed on fibre-based paper, even harder. There's just so many challenges to look through to this beautiful image, but there is a beautiful image underneath all of these amazing elements that they've presented this photograph to us in. And I think this photographer, A, is a genius for the capture, but B, a genius for how they've presented it to us and the challenges and the conversation we're having about this. I think they deserve gold distinction.
Thank you, Jeremy. Judges, please rescore. And we remain at 92, a gold award. Great discussion, team. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Kirsten, thank you.
Yeah, I think this is a beautiful portrait of a lovely old senior dog there. The square image works really well. Beautiful longingful expression on the dog. Just one thing to maybe elevate it is the eyes look just potentially a little bit over-processed, so just tone that back a little bit, and I think this could have done a lot better.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? Just waiting for one more score. And we have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Have a comment, please, Johan. Thank you.
Yes, what a great family. I think this is hard enough to get as it is with that number of dogs on a location. So, congrats to the photographer for that. Just a couple of things where it could be a bit stronger. Just attention to detail where the blanket's coming off the side of the bed and you're seeing a reveal. And the foreground, which is the arch of the bed, is quite bright and actually drags you away from where you want to be, which is in the middle of that darkness. So just a thought about lighting. Thanks.
Thank you, Johan. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 83, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Someone comment? Thank you.
Congratulations to the photographer. It's a beautiful exercise in lighting. I particularly enjoy a sort of a wabi-sabi kind of effect where the symmetry of the bird breaks out from the symmetry of the background. I think it's a wonderful choice by the photographer. You've presented us with a beautiful image. It's been rewarded. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 79, a bronze award. Amber's going to challenge. Oh, no, you leaned forward. You leaned forward and looked at me. I beg your pardon. Yeah?
Okay, I am going to challenge. I was quite close to their average, but I'm on 82. I was in silver for the wonderful personality that this owl is showing us. I really do love the graphic symmetry that's going on here, and I would like to hear what you guys have to say.
Thank you, Amber. Sorry, I threw you under the bus. You leant forward and I was like, you're in, you're in. Okay, and we're just going to come to the other end. Jeremy, can we hear from you too, please?
Yeah, I really wanted to love this more. The presentation, the position of the owl's face is perfect in the centre of that frame. And I really wanted to love it. When I got up close, it just kind of fell apart. It was just a bit soft and out of focus. There was something not quite sharp or detailed enough in the feathers that would take me up into the silver range. So I scored at bronze. I was at 77. I'm pretty comfortable in that scoring range. But I don't want to discourage the photographer because it's a really beautiful presentation and a beautiful moment, a beautiful capture, and I can see personality.
Thank you, Jeremy. And Russell, can we hear from you, please?
I back Amber. I'm on 82. Jeremy, I think that obviously the most powerful element in the image is the bird's eyes. So the eyes are pin sharp and they hold us. The only thing that sort of held me back from scoring higher actually was kind of like the strange catch lights in each eye are slightly different. And as an exercise in symmetry, that just kind of held me back from scoring it even higher because once again we can be beguiled by simplicity, and what else can the photographer bring to this image of this bird? It's been presented as a round face and a round crop, and it's sort of perfect in that way. The beak, just leads us out through the bottom in that darkness, that lovely line running from the top of the head right through it. But we're held by the eyes, and God forbid we were able to be bitten by that bloody thing, because you can tell that it is full of intent, and it engages us very simply but very powerfully.
Thank you, Russell. Got anything new to add? Where you go? Yeah, and back to Amber. Thanks
Thanks,
you.
Russ. Right.
Well, your guts were lying all over the road, mate.
I am glad that you brought up the asymmetrical catch lights, because I actually think that in such a symmetrical image, those asymmetrical catch lights are really rather wonderful. They let us know that this is not a painting and it's not a perfectly symmetrical creature. Just like humans, all faces have got a little bit of asymmetry going on in there, and it just sort of it just goes to the authenticity of this very wise old owl. The more I look at this, the more I actually really love the personality that's coming out of here. Russ thinks this is a silver. I think this is a silver, and I think you guys need to stop being quite so stingy. Hoot hoot.
Thanks, Amber. Judges, please rescore. It scored 79. Amber, can you just pop your score in again, please? I'm really after you today. And we have a score of 81, a silver award. Well done. It was a great lean forward. Can we have the next print, please? Oh, can we have a blank screen, please? Luckily, I've got someone nudging me. I've got them in my hand, and I still forgot. Okay, we're just going to do a judge changeover. Amber, would you like to hop off? Sarah Lee, jump back on. I've got you right here. Just pack up your knitting, Joe. You're coming on. Just take a breath, mate. All right. Jeremy, you can hop off. She's my friend, it's fine. Joe's going to hop on. Just making sure she'd finished the sleeve of her cardi. Okay, and Kirsten, you can take a break, and Catherine can come on. I don't feel bullied at all. Catherine, you're on, my friend. She's still cracking up. Oh, come on. We just wait for the judges to log on. Okay, are we all good to go, judges? Print handlers, can we have the next print, please? Just waiting for one more score. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. I have a comment, please, from someone. Thank you, Johan.
Okay, so what a strong portrait. And good control over the whites, which could easily have been blown out and turned into a problem, but they weren't. I think my feeling is maybe there'd been a little bit more of a crop on the right-hand side so that the blacks on each side had more of a balance, would have given a stronger presentation.
Thank you, Johan. Can we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 86, which is a silver with distinction. And Johan, you have the right to challenge. Go for it.
Okay, I gave this a 94. What an absolutely humble photograph of an animal that lives in the dark. It is so beautiful. It is so unassuming, yet it is very present within that square frame. The positioning within the frame just shouts of humility, its presence, you know, the dark feet, the edging on the bird just talks about a life lived under the cover of darkness, and then that face. And it's not about character or personality, it's about humility, and kudos to the photographer for respecting that animal. I gave it a 94 for the respect it deserves.
Thank you, Johan. Sarah Lee and Russell, you're down the other end. You're both equal. Yeah, away you go, Sarah Lee.
I scored this an 82, silver, so I still think it is a gorgeous image. I don't see humility, I see a kiwi. Could just be me. But everyone interprets images differently. There's something about the crop being so tight on the left that I find just draws my attention to that, and that beak is very bright. It might be true, but in the daylight, but I don't feel like it's the true tone that the beak may be in the darkness that we see here. So I'm loving the image and I love the texture, but there are a few things that draw me away from the eye and away from that. So I'm listening and I'm keen to hear more.
Thank you. Russell, were you giving me the eye?
Yeah, I scored at 82 as well. The lighting on the bird everywhere is absolutely exquisite, except the beak. So the beak and the face is the closest to a light source than any other part of that bird. If the tonality of the beak was on a level with the rest of the bird, I'd be just all over it, Johan, like you are. And maybe I have been a bit mean to it, but still, my eye sitting here looking up, well, I won't say that, my eye sitting here from this distance from the print, it's jumping out at me as the hottest part. If that's a good thing, I'm sure with your wonderful choice of vocab, you'll convince me that it is. But the detail in it's beautiful, and I love how the light falls off and gives us that beautiful texture of the bird. But the face and the beak are very hot.
Thank you, Russell. And Catherine?
Yeah, just really quickly, I gave this an 86, silver distinction. I hear everything that's said there, but I do feel I want to speak in support of at least coming to silver distinction, because I think that you've got those beautiful, rich highlights on its back as well, which kind of talk to the beak. The beak is bright, but then your eye goes to that, and then you travel down the bird. beautifully composed. And Johan, I'm totally buying your coming out of the dark and the unassuming thing. That sits really, really well with me. I'd love to see this in silver distinction.
Thank you, Catherine. Have we got anything more to add? Way you go, Johan. It's all yours.
I think looking at this image from a distance makes us break it down too severely. When you go in and actually have a look at what's happening around the eyes, the snout, and then the beak, then you see that there's information in there. And when you're thinking about it, it is a very sensitive part of that animal, and it's very important and significant in its survival. And I'm not sure about the anatomical reasons or the physiological reasons why it might be bright, but I think it's real. And I think that's an important thing to consider in your, let's call it, judgment of this image. And I'd like to reward the photographer for giving us that reality, along with that sense of humility. As I said, I gave it a 94. See what you can do.
Thank you, Johan. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 89, a silver distinction, which puts us into a review. So I'm just going to push this magic button. Just give it a moment. And then judges, can you please score either an 89 or a 90? And we have a score of 90, a gold award. Congratulations. Well done. Can we have the next print, please? Just while the judges are looking at this image, we're going to do a shout out to Unleashed Education, who is sponsoring the animal category. They are a global pet photography education platform created by award-winning dog photographers Charlotte Reeves, who's in Australia, and Craig Turner-Bullock, who we know in New Zealand. With decades of combined experience, they offer online and in-person learning for hobbyists and professionals who want to level up their dog photography. So thank you. Without you, we would not be here. Okay, here we go. We have got an initial score of 90, a gold award. However, we have 3 people in the gold range, puts us into an automatic challenge. And Catherine, you are at the top.
Fantastic. I gave this 93. So striking, so clever, so original. The echoing of that, the white curved shape on the bird. The choice to put that in this particular shaped mat is just really makes it. Then you've got that curve echoed again around the eye. You see the black arch, the white arch, then that amazing pop of intense red, sort of insane looking mean bird. There's just so much strength and narrative coming through there, and then you flow down the arch and you get to the beautiful striations on the wings there of those vertical highlights and the feathers. Pin sharp, beautifully printed, creatively presented. So excited that it's got a gold to start with.
Thank you, Catherine. Down the other end is Sarah Lee. Can we hear from you, please?
I scored this in 82, and I love that you saw more patterns than I initially did with those arches, Catherine, so I will be coming up. I don't know if I can get all the way to gold. Those striations on the wing feathers, I find them a wee bit distracting, especially with the beak angled down there, as well as just how muddy all the shadow is underneath the chest of the bird. Next.
Johan, you're next. Sorry, Joe. You can be after.
What a boss bird. With military stripes. That's all I'm saying. Oh, hang on, I gave it 92.
Okay, Joe, your turn.
I gave it 87, and I think I can be talked up. I feel like it was just a little underprinted, though. I feel like it's just phenomenally put together, but I feel like I would have liked a little bit more from the feathers. I feel like they're just a bit, they're not as textural as I think they could have been with the better printing.
Thank you, Joe. Russell, your turn.
I'm so glad that you criticised it in that way, Joe, because I totally disagree with you. Because, and two, Saralee, like one of the things that happened for me is that at first I thought it was underprinted, but if you go up there, and I invite you to do so, stand there and look at it just for a couple of seconds and look at what you're looking at in the sense of the exposure of the feathers, they suddenly leap out at you. They suddenly become something. Your eye level, the palette suddenly becomes evident, and all those detail is there. The striations, Saralee, I mean, you know, it is what the bird is. So I just find that the detail is there to be discovered. It's not missing. When you go in there to look for it, you will find it. And I scored 91, and I'll be lifting my score.
Thank you, Russell. I think we're all good to hand it back to Catherine. Am I right? Yep. Where you go, Catherine.
Fantastic commentary, guys. Thank you so much. I'm wondering if I've underscored this at 93, really. I agree, Russell. All of the detail is there that you need. Love the military stripes comment, Johan. Thank you for that. I think this crop is a really original one, not only just, you know, echoing those arches, but just to do this kind of crop on a bird. It is highly creative, and it is totally bringing Boss Bird. Finally, Joe, I just don't think that you're allowed to say this is so phenomenally put together and then not come to gold.
Just got told. Okay, judges, please rescore. Yes, rescore, please. And we have a score of 92, a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges. We have an initial score of... Oh, okay. Can you replace your score? I don't know. Hang on. Hold fire, team. We're just going to find out if Johan can enter the right score because he entered the wrong one. Okay, can you try now? Okay, perfect. Oh, look, I'm the tech person. Here I am. IT, right here, right here. Seen once, one time only. Okay, we have a score of 85, a silver distinction. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Russell, thank you.
I'm a bit disappointed we haven't had a chat about this one, actually, but It's a fantastic presentation, and the juxtaposition of the life of the dog in the middle is obvious with the street dogs surrounding it. What I particularly enjoyed is that I think almost purposefully perhaps that the shots of all the street dogs surrounding that fluffy thing in the middle are all kind of not underwhelming, but they're not trying to be heroes in themselves. They're kind of lackluster, sort of relatively speaking, images which show their lives compared to that fluffed up, spoilt thing in the middle. So I think as a presentation, it's it's fantastic and really, really, really well done.
Thank you, Russell. Joe, did you want to add some more?
Yeah, just in terms of ways I think this could be improved. Pretty much what Russell said about the fact that the concept is brilliant. It's a absolutely fantastic concept, but the photography needs finessing. It's the lighting on most of the images, and especially the hero image, is a bit flat, and I think if you could take this back and play with it a bit more, you'd have a much better image.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have the next print, please? Here's some scores, please. Oh, have you guys entered your scores in? Oh, here they go. Oh, there was just a really big lag, and now they've all come through. Sorry about that. We have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Sarah Lee.
What beautiful capture of texture in this gorgeous little cat. I think the addition of the flowers are a little bit confusing. If perhaps they mirrored the square of the box and then the window or the crop mirrored that as well, there would be a bit more connection. At the moment, there's just not enough information as to why this gorgeous cat has flowers around it.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thanks, Sarah Lee.
What a beautiful velvety lighting or velvety fur that you've caught with the lighting of this image. To improve it, I think styling choice, the colour of that suitcase and the brightness really competes with the puppies and draws our attention away from it. But it is very cute, definitely thumbs up on the cute factor.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next print, please? If you're in Christchurch over the coming days, we are going to have our live print auction with auctioneer extraordinaire, I love that name, Mark Rosetto, which is going to be happening on Thursday evening from 5 p.m. There's going to be a selection of prints that we've seen today, tomorrow and the next day will be available to purchase. There'll be drinks available to buy. It's just going to be a fun night, 5 p.m. Okay, judges. We have a score of 76, a bronze award. And we have a challenge from Joe. Go for it.
I was hoping I wouldn't be on my own on this one. I just love the juxtaposition between these two playful, happy, well-lit dogs and this black dog of death in the foreground. And then you've got this beautiful, sunshiny, gorgeous day in the background. I feel like there's a lot of kind of elements here that are all asking questions of me. This dog in the foreground just feels like he's not really supposed to be there. There's something kind of creepy about him. But yeah, I just feel like it's quite clever. It's not your classic cute doggy picture. It's like it's asking questions of time and space, and yeah, it's got me kind of intrigued. Love to hear what everyone else has to say. I scored it an 82. Oh no, I didn't. What did I score it? Yeah, an 82.
An 82, yep. Yeah. Thank you, Joe. Sarah Lee, you're down the other end. Can we hear from you, please?
I scored this a 68, and I love the energy and the capture that this photographer has captured. Excuse me. The dark dog down the front, I think, was an attempt to really get that movement and that energy, and I think just the basic techniques of the underexposed dogs, the overexposed sunset, and the volume of negative space that's on the left-hand side, I think those all need to be addressed at a bit more of a basic level to make sure that we focus on those two dogs and not get distracted by all these competing elements. Sorry, frog in my throat.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have someone in the middle? Does anyone want to add something? Russell, away you go. Thank you.
I think that's Rangitoto Island, so I think it might be sunrise, but anyway, that's right. Yeah, I kind of like wanted to go with you, Joe. I scored at 78, so I'm just sort of hanging in there. It's quite fun, the colour of the dog disappearing into that murkiness at the bottom, so I kind of get that, and the highlight in the back leads and all that. Feet planted on the frame for edge tension, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you know, it sort of gets me, but it doesn't get me, so help me get me more.
Catherine, would you like to say something?
I did squeak this into silver. I gave it an 80. For me, that dog in the front just totally makes this shot. I think it's wonderful. The energy and the darkness. What did you call it? Dog of death. Yeah. This photograph does have some issues, but I am happy to see it just squeak into silver because of that play that's all going on the right-hand side there, and the strength of the form of that dog. It's just kind of cool. Yeah.
Thank you, Catherine. And I'm going to pass it back to Joe for a write-up reply.
In the words of Catherine, it's kind of cool. I feel like we haven't seen anything like this today. It's quite quirky and it's quite original, and we should be awarding originality, not just worrying about where light falls. So come on, guys, give it a wee nudge into the silver, please.
Thank you. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Great discussion, team. Can we have the next print, please? Alrighty, we have an initial score of 84. However, we have one in the gold range. Way you go, Joe. It's all yours.
Come on, go and have another look. Go on, go and have another look. This is so freaking quirky and cute. This just jumps out at you. It's beautifully printed. It's got a couple of highlights. I might have took a couple of points off for the highlights, but oh my God, look at those eyes. It's so textural. I want to reach out and stroke its hair. The little eyelashes are just amazing. I feel like, you know, this is really unique. Definitely getting originality points. Love to hear what you guys think. Oh, and I think that the bottom weighting is really quite cool. Haven't seen that. I think that's really original. And the white circle actually just allows that little creature to just pop at us. Is it a llama or an alpaca? I can never remember which is which. But anyway, it's spectacular. Love to hear what you guys have to say.
Thank you, Joe. Can we hear from Catherine, who's at the other end?
I gave this 78, high bronze. I do agree it's really quirky. I guess, yeah, and the circular crop is creative. I guess I'm getting a little stuck on some of those highlights, particularly on its nose. And then, so I'm thinking with the circular crop, that takes me to the ears, so the ears are a main point. But then I get into that black, and it's so heavy at the top, and that's really fighting it for me. So I'm struggling with the slightly overblown face, and then the intensity of the black up the top. I do quite like, you know, the fact that that little mouth kind of anchors it at the bottom and stops it falling out there. So, you know, I'm hearing you, and I might be coming up to silver. Gold's a bit of a stretch, but happy to hear more.
Thank you. Russell, your turn.
I was a bit tight ass on 82. I'm with you a little bit, Joe. Probably not quite as high, but it's pretty hard to get life out of black eyes. And the fact that they've added elements that are symmetrical, the inside of the two ears, the two eyes, the nostrils, and then that little hint of the mouth, help out the shape of the black eyes and the lack of detail, if you like, in them. I personally really like the black at the top because it gives a balance. If that was a high key sort of shot, it'd be a bit boring, really. The detail's exquisite, and it's quite quirky and humorous and well delivered to us. So, yeah, I'll lift my score to distinction. Silver.
Thank you, Russell. Anyone else want to add anything before I hand it back to Joe? Where you go?
All I heard was exquisite, actually. 100% agree with you, Russ. That black at the top just brings us down, and the black of the nose and the eyes and the mouth are just sort of beautifully balanced by the black at the top. And those ears, you just get all the little fluffy textural bits. I think as a... this has just got oodles and oodles and oodles of personality. I think, come on, guys, at least give it a silver distinction if you can't come to gold.
Thank you, Joe. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 87, a silver distinction. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're just going to swap a couple of judges over. Russell, you can hop off, and Amber, can you come on, please? And Johan, you can jump off, and Jeremy, can you jump on? Thank you. Okay, judges, let me know when you're ready. All good? Okie dokie. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 79, a bronze award. Congratulations. All happy with that, judges? Oh, hang on a sec. I've got some Johann's coming up. Has someone not logged in? Sorry, that just... Okay, that's right. I'm just going to make a comment that you're Johan, and then we're going to log you out and log you in for the next print. Okay. Yeah, you can challenge. Is that what you... No, I'm just going to put... Oh, we're going to do a review, but I'm going to just quickly put a note. Amber is Johan. Okay, cool. All right, we're back on track. I got thrown by the... No, you don't need to log out just yet, Amber. You just stay where you are. I'm just going to put a note in the system to say that you're Johan, and Jeremy is going to challenge. There was a lot going on in that very small moment of time. We saw that. Thank you, Jeremy. Take it away.
Thank you. Yeah, what a beautiful little moment. Great expression on the dog. We asked for focus, and there's focus everywhere in this photograph. The eyes are beautiful, the pelt's beautiful, the basket that it's sitting in is beautiful. But yeah, I scored at 82. I think it's definitely worthy of a silver. Yeah. Come on up.
Thank you, Jeremy. Can we please hear from Joe down the other end?
I scored the 75, so not miles away. For me, this is a beautiful, simple, classic studio portrait. I don't see a lot that elevates it beyond what we would expect. The focus on the dog is lovely. The horizon line at the back is all wonky, which I think could have been fixed before or after. And I do find that the texture of the wood panels, they do overpower the dog for me. I wish that they had picked a background that was a bit more cohesive to the dog and not such a classic studio background.
Thank you, Joe. Can we please hear from someone else? Anyone else got something else to add? Thank you, Sarah Lee. Go for it.
I agree with what's been said. I think if the photographer explored a different camera angle at the moment, it's very much the standard view we have as humans to look down towards a smaller animal. If the photographer was low and looking up, we'd get a very different perspective, and that would add a lot more interest to this image. I scored at 78, and I'm comfortable where I was.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Have we got anything else to add before I hand it back to Jeremy? Where you go, Jeremy?
Yeah, just Joe, on what you said before about the background. That was the thing that was holding me back a bit, and would have been, if it had just scored a 79 and I wasn't challenging it, that would have been a comment that I would have dropped in, is maybe just work on like fading that background away, because it isn't as important as the dog. So depth of field in this circumstance would have been to your benefit. But that's really my only negative. It's a beautiful moment. It's a beautifully seen capture and caught and presented to us, and I think it's worth silver.
Thank you, Jeremy. Judges, please rescore. We have a score of 79, which puts us into review. So I am going to click that button there, and then judges, please enter in a score of 79 or 80. I think the system's just a little bit slow. It's going to come. We've got the whirly gig going. Here we go. And we have remained at 79, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? And some scores. And we have a score of 84, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Someone. Thank you, Sarah Lee.
What a beautiful soft photograph of this cat. I think to improve the image, I would love to see the fur on the left sort of mirror the same brightness as the fur on the right. The cherry on top, I think that cat to me has a real watching about to pounce, and the cherry on top would be the pupil dilation would be amazing. But it is a very passive pose currently, so a little bit more dynamic perhaps with trying other options with the creature. So beautiful colours though, well done.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next print, please? Alrighty, we have an initial score of 87, which is a silver distinction. However, we've got two people in the gold range, and I'm going to hand it to Catherine as the top scorer.
When I saw this in the run-through, I just thought, wow, I hope I'm on the panel for this one. I've given this a 93. I find this a really powerful image, intensely engaging, this thing sort of surging towards you out of the murk, and that beady eye, the highlight right where you need it on the eye. The colour palette is all so murky and green and brown because that's where this creature is, swimming through the murk towards you. It creates such an interesting shape with that great big muzzle coming towards you, and there's the sense of movement with the one raised foot. Really quite unusual. We don't see very many photographs of hippopotamuses, and I think this has been really beautifully shot. So yeah, 93 gold from me.
Thank you, Catherine. I'm coming down to Sarah Lee. Hear from
I
you,
scored
please.
this an 82. I love everything about it that Catherine described. There are a few things when you get up really close that don't benefit the image. Just how bright it is on the left-hand side of the frame. I mean, if that was darkened and the vignette was similar to the left, I feel like my eyes wouldn't go from its eyes to its shoulder and then out on the left-hand side. There's a lot of pattern, repetition through all the, I'm assuming they're grass particles, in the water in the top half. There's like a real shadow of every little one. And then I know there's limitations of photographing underwater with such a large creature, but it's in focus, but there's no sharpness to the details, and I think had there been there, it would have really kept me captivated. At the moment, it's soft overall. But yeah, listening as well.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. We've got someone. Yeah, away you go, Joe.
I gave this a 92, and I'm really glad that I gave it less than Catherine because that means I can go up. This is an image that's going to sit with me for a very long time. Sarah Lee, just to address what you've said, that's the light coming in, that's what's hitting its eye. If we weren't getting that nice bright side, this creature would just be in the murk and it would have no impact. But as it is, you get this crazy shape that you have to kind of untangle in your brain, and then you get this eye just coming straight at you. And you'd have to be pretty close to take that picture. Those things are dangerous as hell. So I think kudos to the photographer. I think the palette is just stunning. It puts us in the place. It puts us under the water, amongst the murk, amongst the cold. I just think this it's just visceral. It's going to, yeah, fuck. I love it. I think it's amazing. Come on, guys, you should all be in the gold.
Thank you, Joe. Amber, your turn.
I really, really wanted to be in gold for this image for all of the reasons that you guys have discussed. And that I gave this an 86, and the reason that I didn't come into gold is because I just think that the eye is the most important part of this whole image, and it's not sharp. And I don't know, I really struggle to come into gold because of that. But I love everything else about it, so please talk me up.
Joe's facial expressions were sharp. Have we got anything else to add, team, before we rescore? Oh, no, we don't. We'd rather reply to Joe. No, Catherine. Catherine, I beg your pardon.
Thanks very much, Joe, for your support. I totally agree this is a very memorable image. I won't be forgetting it for years, and I love that word visceral that you used. In terms of the light, absolutely agree that's just where the light is coming from. Not only does that take you to the hippopotamus's eye, but it brings out all that fantastic texture in the skin on the side of the cheek there beneath the eye. To me, that eye is plenty sharp enough. We're in the murk, we're underwater, this is all part of the story. To be honest, I considered going gold distinction on this, and I'm not entirely sure why I didn't. Nothing that I'm hearing is taking away, I'm pretty happy on my gold, 93 gold. Joe, go gold distinction.
Let's go, team. Rescore, please. And we have a score of 92, a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please? I'm just going to swap one judge over. Sarah Lee, you can take a break. And Kristen, could you come back on, please? We've also got some lollies. Does anyone need a lolly? Go down the judging lane first. We'll just sweeten them all up. Delightful humans. Oh, don't give them a Macintosh. They won't be able to talk. Come on. I mean, I've been sitting watching those coconut ones for a while, but I won't be able to talk at all. Sorry. No, you're right. I'm just teasing you. Jubes only. Jubes only on the judging panel. Yeah. I want all of the Macintoshes returned. There's no such thing as a banana jube. No. Okay. Next print, please. Okay, we have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. I have a comment, please, from someone who doesn't have a lolly in their mouth. Amber, please. Thank you.
Sure, I really love this image, and there's just one in every family, isn't there? They, I think that it would be, in order to elevate this image, I think you should really pay attention to the mat that you choose. And if you're going to use a black mat, it really needs to, there needs to be a really strong reason for it. And I do think that this would have been presented better with a white mat. But absolutely beautiful printing, and congratulations on your award.
Thank you, Amber. Can we have the next print, please? Some scores, please, judges. We have a initial score. Oh, no, we don't. We're still waiting for one. I know what we do. Here we go. We have an initial score of 88, a silver distinction. However, we have 2 people in the gold range. So, Jeremy, I'm going to hand it over to you for your challenge.
Oh, this is exciting, this one. This has got my heart racing. Oh, what a beautiful capture. This just innocent, beautiful, gorgeous little dog in the middle of this epic scene that just has so many layers to it that the other layers don't detract from this dog who's the hero of this frame. The birds competing, the church in the background, the landscape, the bride and groom out on their photo shoot. Nothing is taking you away from that dog. Everything brings you back to that dog. It's holding its place. And the presentation of this, it feels like it should be on a royal plate. It's ridiculous. It's just another level of presentation that just, it's delivering it to you on a plate. It's like, it's exquisite and beautiful and it's deserving of gold.
Thank you, Jeremy. I'm going to come to Joe down the other end. Can we hear from you, please?
Yeah. I gave this an 81 because it is very beautiful. It's tonally gorgeous, beautifully printed. But I find everything is distracting from the dog. And I think especially because I can't see the dog's eyes, so I'm not getting much of a sense of the personality of the dog. I got lost in the birds for a bit. Wasn't really sure what they added. Definitely don't know what the bride and groom are adding. I can be convinced, but you're going to need to tell me how they're not distracting you from the dog because I feel quite distracted.
Thank you, Joe. Amber, your turn.
Okay, I was on 87 and I really wanted to be in gold. The reason that I wanted to be in gold is because I think that with a floof, these that's what I like to call this breed of dog, they really do have an overinflated sense of self-importance. And in this image, that little guy is like, yeah, I've got some incredible architecture behind me. Yeah, there's a wedding going on. There can be birds flying up in the sky, but I am what you want to focus on. Look at me. And so that from a narrative perspective, I really, really love this. But I just wish that the dog had been placed a little bit further forward within the image and that the black part that of the background that's above his back and behind his head, I'm not sure, wasn't there because I just find that a little bit distracting. But everything else is totally gold-worthy in my opinion.
Thank you, Amber. That was very theatrical. I love it. Has anyone else got anything to add? Yes, Catherine, where you go.
Yeah, I'd just like to support Jeremy on this. I gave this a 92. The palette is absolutely beautiful. Everything's just working so well there. And I do think everything that you said, Amber, about that narrative, Joe, I mean, you were talking about the distractions, but like for me, it's the bride and groom in the background that made this because they are usually the centre of the show, but this dog has stolen away from them and become absolutely the centre of the show. Maybe the dog could have been further forward, but then when I got up there, that dog absolutely popped off that background. All that wonderful texture is there. I'm getting a very, very strong story from this, and that's why I put it in gold. And Jeremy, I love your your royal plate comment.
Thank you, Catherine. I'm going to hand it back to Jeremy for right of reply.
Yeah, thanks for your support, Catherine. Joe, just going back to your comments about the birds and the bride and groom, I think they added a bit of tension and life to the image that otherwise would have been quite sterile. There's no greenery, there's no trees, there's no other sense of life besides this beautiful dog and these moving birds and a couple of birds off to the right and the bride and groom. I mean, all instincts of this dog would be to go. I can just see it waiting to go, like it's been waiting for permission to go chase those birds and round up that bride and groom. But to have it holding that position, it's not overpowering the whole image. It's just sitting beautifully in scale against this epic landscape with these elements that it probably wants to chase down. there's just so much working for this image that I think it's deserving of gold.
Thank you, Jeremy. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 91, a gold award. Congratulations. Great discussion, judges. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. We have a comment, please, from someone. Everyone's looking away. Jeremy, thank you.
Yeah, I was right on that average. There's just a little bit too much weight on the right-hand side, which is just pulling away from the moment of the dog and the beautiful double rainbow. So I just think maybe just pull it in a little bit from the right. And the dog was just a little bit muddy as well. So I think just working on that dog and bringing it out of the environment a little bit more to highlight it and hero it, I think would have lifted it up into silver.
Thank you, Jeremy. Can we have the next print, please? If you are in Christchurch already, or those on the live feed, if you are coming to Christchurch, there are some cool events coming up as the week goes on. We've got the trade stands that will be available, so you can go and check out some gear and ask the experts any questions you might have. We also have all of the award entries will be on display in the print gallery, and there will also be a number of prints from the awards today, tomorrow and the next day that will be up for auction on Thursday night from 5 p.m. And we have 7 p.m. on Thursday, the Iris Awards Wrap Party, which announces our category finalists for each of the categories. Sorry, I just got distracted by a kiwi. We're just waiting for a final score. There's a fluffy kiwi in here, a stuffed toy. It's gone rogue. Okie dokie, we have a score of 83, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Come on. Someone give me something. Thank you, Catherine. Way you go.
Another absolutely beautiful portrait of this kiwi. Well done on your silver award. Loving the engagement with the camera on this one. And also I'm really enjoying the way the different banding textures come out the back of the head there. I feel like the images perhaps got a little bit too much black just on the right there. It's a little bit heavy out that side, but it's just, Johan's word before comes back into my mind, the unassuming. It's just such a heroic, iconic bird that's just so unassuming, and it's a beautiful portrait. Well done.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next print, please? And just a gentle reminder, judges, to keep your comments concise so that we can run to time and get dinner tonight. That's what I'm aiming for. I'm food orientated. Okay, the print is up. Away we go. Okay. Just waiting on a couple. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Amber.
Congratulations on your award. I think that this particular image has got so much potential, and it's just been a little bit let down by the file and the print quality. If that had just been treated with a bit more finesse, then an image like this could really go very high. So keep doing what you're doing, but just really pay attention to ensure that you get really, really the best possible file and print quality.
Thank you, Amber. Can we have the next print, please? Scores, please, judges. Oh, sorry. Was I a bit quick? Oh. Don't worry, I'm not rushing you. Oh. It's all right, I'm tech support. I can help you. Okie dokie, we have an initial score of 83, which is a silver award. However, we have Amber in the gold range, so take it away.
Oh, I think this is so clever. This series is an ode to the photo booth, and I just see such a hilarious narrative in this series. You've got the first guy there who's kind of alone at the party on his own, and then the bigger dog turns up and it starts to get a bit more fun, and then the cat sneaks in there and really injects a bit more craziness to the party. But the last dog turns up, and this is kind of what happens, right? And as the night goes on in the photo booth photos, and then it all just falls apart. They just lose the plot. So I think this is a really clever series.
Thank you, Amber. Joe, I'm coming to you next.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, Amber, and that's why I gave it a high bronze. I just saw Gala. That's what I saw. I thought, this will be us next week. We'll be these guys with these funny wigs on. But I guess I don't see the photography in this so much as the concept. It all feels a bit... I get that it is meant to look like a photo booth, but I still want to see well-executed photos. I feel like they're all a bit overlit. I guess I don't want to give a super high score to a concept as opposed to the photography. So I can probably be persuaded up a bit, but probably not to gold.
Thank you, Joe. Can I hear from someone in the middle? Catherine, have you got something to add?
Not particularly. I gave this an 83 for those reasons, because I was a bit more generous than Joe, but I agree with what Joe's saying, so I'm pretty happy with it there.
Anything else, team? Okay, Amber, away you go.
Well, Joe, as far as the photography goes, I don't know how many times you have had 3 dogs and a cat in your studio, but to actually get them all there, all within the frame, is quite a feat. especially when you're dressing these animals up in a way that they probably don't want to be dressed up. I think the photographer has done a remarkable job here, and the sort of, simplified flash lighting is just perfect because it is a perfect representation of what would be happening in a photo booth situation. So the only thing that I would like to see is this printed a little bit bigger, because there's so much goodness in there that I would really like to see it printed a little bit bigger. I'm in gold. It's a party, guys. Come on, this is fun.
Jo just cleaned her glasses, so we're all good. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 84, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please? I'm just going to swap out. Catherine, you can take a break. And Johan, would you like to come back? And Jo, you can take a break. And Russell, would you like to come back? Thank you. Are we all good, judges? Okay, next print, please. Okay. We have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Amber, are you looking at me? Thank you.
Congratulations on your bronze award. With a subject like this, I think you've just, again, got so very much potential, and your presentation is lovely, but I just really think that it's very important that you get the subject sharp in an image like this, and then really consider the crop that you choose. Make sure if you're going to use a circle that there is a reason for it and that it's really doing your subject a service. But beautiful work, well done.
Thank you, Amber. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 89, silver with distinction. However, there are 2 in the gold range. And Johan, it's your turn. Away you go.
Yeah, I gave this a 94. This image reeks of originality. It is presented stunningly. The printing is powerful. The use of the colour blue to give us a strong sense of solidarity is exceptional. The central image tells us everything we need to know. The supporting images on the side are reinforcing the agility, the movement, the speed, the dexterity of that animal. It's just original and beautiful. I gave it a 94 and I'm very happy.
Thank you, Johan. Jeremy, I'm going to come to you now, please.
Yeah, wow, wasn't I at the other end? I was in bronze. I'm glad it's being challenged and discussed. The central image, I think, is very strong and gives you a good sense of power and presence for the dog. The image on the left, I find it a bit cartoon-esque and just pulls me out of that power that the dog is giving in the centre. So I was a little bit confused by some of the decisions that were made in constructing this image. I'm listening and I'm happy to be moved. I would love to hear more.
Yes, Russell, your turn.
I'm in gold as well at 91, and I will be lifting my score. Jeremy, this whole thing is firstly a piece of art. Like, I thought, I'm going to get up here, I love it so much, but people are going to hate the border or bring up something about the border. Once again, adds to the art feel. The cartoonesque comment is actually perfect, to be honest, because it adds to the sort of illustrative, graphic, arty sort of feel of the whole thing. And the fact we can see the eye and the central character just holds the whole thing together. It is a piece of art. If that was your animal, you'd have that on the wall in whatever way. It's fantastic, and Johan used the word original, which we don't often get to say. So it's actually that and more.
Thank you, Russell. Yes, Amber, your turn.
I originally really wanted to give this gold as well, and I can probably be convinced. I gave this an 88, and the reason that I was down in the silver distinction range is because I just feel like the order of those three images is a bit off. I feel like the one that's on the right-hand side kind of should be first. So, Johan, if you can use your magical powers to explain that to me, that would be wonderful. Also, just one more thing. Do you think is this a cyanotype, or is it's just a blue image? I don't know. It's got cyanotype vibes to me.
Bring in your powers, Johan.
I want you to believe it was a cyanotype. Believe it's a cyanotype. I thought about the order of the images, and I think what they have is wonderful. It starts off with an almost static image with enough movement that the theme of the rest of the imagery is still solid. And then what you get is incredible momentum. And to hold that momentum with a single image in the middle is quite powerful photography. And then to carry it on through, there's more to go. And they've left enough space around the whole frame to hold it in without constraining it. And gosh, it's so simple and so beautiful. And it's not even sharp. So I gave it a 94. You know what to do.
Thank you, Johan. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 92, a gold award. Congratulations. Great discussion, judges. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. Was that it? Yeah, thank you, Russell. Take it away.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to this. I scored an 83. Obviously, it's sort of an exercise in tonality. The colour of the dog and all the range of the palette inside the vehicle is complementary to the dog. I really enjoy. I had to duck down below the direct lightness of the bottom light there to let that wood frame of the window, because it's the brightest of those tones, not be too bright, and it's meant to be what the author gave us. I love the fact that the steering wheel is anchored on the bottom of that window frame. Obviously, the beguiling look on the dog is quite attractive. I'm not at all distracted by the background out through the windows. I think that's quite lovely. Just all in all, I think it's a whimsical, well-delivered image.
Thank you, Russell. I'm going to go to Johan. Can I hear from you, please?
Okay, I gave this as a bronze, a 76. I was drawn out of the image by the foreground frame, and the background that you liked, I didn't. And that's a personal taste thing. I felt that I really wanted to see this happening, the environment of this scene, to not be in the middle of a forest. I wanted it to be somewhere else, like where a dog might be driving. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. Can I hear from someone in the middle? Amber or Kirsten, either? You're both sitting next to each other.
Yeah, sure. I was on 78, and I really agree with both of you. I love the tonality of the dog and the interior of the car, but it is the busyness of the background that I really struggled with. And I think that this would have been a more successful image had the photographer chosen to really lean into the narrative a little bit, and maybe even shoot it sort of later in the day and have something that complemented that tonality rather than fighting against it.
Thank you, Amber. Have we got anything? Yes, Jeremy, go for it.
Yeah, just reflecting on the narrative. Maybe the dog's head tilt is confused by the tartan choice that the car owner has used to restore this car with. Yeah, it's very busy, the background, the tartan pattern, but the dog's perfectly positioned in the bottom right third. The steering wheel complements and offsets the dog in that position. We're not asking for silver distinction, we're just asking for a silver. I was at 82 as well. I'm very happy with that, and I think that's where we should go.
Back to you, Russell, right of reply.
So just quickly, how many environments do you get to choose from for the car to be in? If you saw a building out the window there, would you be more attracted to the image? I don't think so. We take dogs for a walk in the bloody park. So the window frame at the bottom, I think gives us a wonderful sort of base for the whole thing. We know it's part of the car because of the window frame in the background. The whole thing ties together beautifully. I've only scored at 83. I think we can squeak it into a silver pretty easy.
Thank you, Russell. It is on 79. Please rescore. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. How are we all going, judges? You feeling all right? Yep, cool. Okay, can we have the next print, please? For those on the live stream, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge Amber's theatrical arms. I feel like you can't talk without your hands, and it's so beautiful. But I did see the gesture you just gave me. I'm not offended. Okie dokie, we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Kristen, thank you.
This is a beautiful image of the horse and how it's been positioned and framed within the photo. However, what held me back, I scored 76. What held me back from scoring it higher is the blacks on the horse are very blue, and also the leads and ropes leading off of the horse are quite blown out and highlighted as well. So just tweaking those could really elevate this image.
Yes, Amber, away you go.
I just wanted to quickly add that I'd really like to commend the photographer on printing their image at a size that we can see it so well. Thank you for your beautiful big print.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next print, please? Okay. One more. We have a score of 85, a silver distinction. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Amber, you looked at me.
Congratulations, this is a really stunning image. The only thing that I think could be improved in this image is that the two real birds just feel quite cut out, and I would really love to see a little bit more authentic sort of translucency to their feathers. But everything else is just really very stunning in this image. Congratulations.
Thank you, Amber. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges. We have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. It's going to go through to a review. Yeah? Okay. I'm going to hit the review button. 79. Where are they going to go for a 79 or an 80? Okay, team? Just give me a moment. This is going to take over. There we go. Yep, 79 or 80, please. For a final score of 79, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? No one's going to look at me now. Jeremy, thank you.
I think the introduction of a second light source might help separate this bird from the background. It's just fading into the background on the edges. There is detail there, but I want to see a little bit more detail, especially in those shadows around the bottom part of the bird.
Thank you, Jeremy. Can we please have a blank screen? We're going to do a judge switch around. Amber, you can take a break, and Sarah Lee, can you come on? And Jeremy, you can take a break, and Joe, you can come back on, please. Give you both a moment to log in. You're all doing amazing, judges. I think all of us have been on it since 8 this morning. And we're fresh as daisies. Fresh as daisies. Okie dokie. Are we ready, team? Can we have the next print, please? And we have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. Oh, yep, way you go, Joe. Hand up.
I scored this one an 87. I just think it's just so beautiful. I think the tonal palette is on point. The little direction of gaze is just amazing, especially from the dog. I think it's been handled very sympathetically. I think the lighting is gorgeous. It's so textural. You want to stroke both animals. I think the composition is quite original and yeah, just really striking. I just think as a portrait of these two animals, it's beautiful, but as a piece of art, it's also just lovely to gaze at. I'd love to hear what you guys are thinking.
You're going to hear from Johan next. Thank you.
I gave this a 76. I absolutely loved it. I thought it was stunning. I loved the graphic of it. I thought it was beautiful. The sweep from the corner, round through the horse's head, down to the dog, and then back again. It was fantastic, but I really, 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 really wished that the horse's head was more tilted towards us, so we weren't looking under its jaw into the underneath of it, because there's so much beauty along the ridge line, along the eyebrow, etc. And I felt let down by that, but you know, I can be talked up, possibly not to a distinction, but you know, out of bronze, but yeah.
Thank you, Johan. Can we have someone else in the middle? Thank you, Russell.
To quote you from the past, Joe, for all the reasons you mentioned it, I gave it a high bronze. So I enjoyed those things too. I agree with Johan as well. Also, it's quite sort of broadly lit, so I don't know, just something like that. It just sort of flattened it out a bit for me, but that does help the tonality, I admit. I just kind of need, I guess, a bit of convincing.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got anything else to add? I'm going to hand it back to Joe. Take it away.
Johan, I have to say that I do agree with you. It is very beautiful and the sweep's amazing, but if that horse's head was just a bit more tilted, then I probably would have gone up into gold. So I'd like you to have a look at the colour of this picture and the feel and the graphic and the artistry of it, and take off a few points for sure for the horse not being completely on board. But yeah, do your best, guys. Come on up.
Thank you, Joe. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 84, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 84, which is a silver award. However, we have one person in the gold range who is Johan. I'm so sorry. Johan, take it away.
Okay, aside from being a very interesting animal with the eye colour, and then quite a flashy dresser, sleek, athletic, it has the most amazing bat ears I've ever seen. It's whimsical, it's curious, and it's presented so simply and so powerfully. And I think one of the problems here is that it's so simple that we have to look at where we are and appreciate it for what we've been given and appreciate that simplicity. The photographer hasn't overcomplicated it. They've presented it to us as is. I gave it a 92. Tell me why not?
Thank you, Johan. I'm coming to Russell now at the other end of the scale.
So I gave it 81. I love all the things that you mentioned, Johan. I'm not quite sure what it is wearing. I'm not too sure, other than the fact that it allows us to see its head pop out of something. I'm not sure what that is. It doesn't add to the narrative for me. So, it's simple, and that's where I sort of landed. I guess might have missed something. Let me help me out there.
Thank you, Russell. Joe, yep, where you go.
Yeah, I'd like to speak in favour of this one. I gave it an 84, but I think I can be convinced to come up. For me, this is a fashion portrait. This dog is an everyday dog. I mean, I can't say I know a heap about dogs, but for me, this is an everyday dog who's been put in this high fashion outfit and expected to pose. And he's like, what? Am I doing it right? And to me, it's quirky as hell, got heaps of characters, beautifully lit. I think we should come up at least till silver distinction, guys.
Thank you, Joe. Have we got anything more to add, team? Kirsten, where you go?
So I scored this in 81. I'm willing to, I'm open to coming up. I don't know if I could quite get up to gold. I agree, it looks like a bit of a fashion portrait. Just a couple of things that are holding me back is the dark shadow on the left ear. It's just lacking some detail there. And also, so this is like a greyhound type breed of dog, and they put them in these high neck jumpers. The jumper sticking out at the right just distracts me a little bit. And also the colour of the background with the contrast of the jumper, it just doesn't quite work for me. So those are the things that are just holding me back there. But the striking pose and the connection the dog has with the camera is great.
Thank you, Kirsten. Are we all good before we go back to Johan for right of reply? Thank you.
Right. The lack of information in the background, the darkness of it, the restricted separation from the foreground of the background simplifies what we're looking at. It makes us follow the black up to the head of this dog, who almost is questioning whether or not they should be there, but owning it at the same time. The fit of the outfit, it reflects the fashiony sense of things, like a bit of bag, it's going good. And it creates a quirk that elevates this animal portrait a couple of levels, whether that's a couple of points or a couple of grades from silver through to gold, whatever that is, it brings it up, and it actually made us look. So I've given it a gold. See what you guys can do. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 86, a silver distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Special shout out to Unleash Education, who is sponsoring the animal category. Without them, we would not have an animal category to judge. Oh, judges, you're quick on me today. All right. We have a score of 86, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thank you, Kirsten. Take it away.
I am really happy I got to judge this one because I saw this on the run through. The first thing that came to mind is Ozzy Osbourne. This dog, the ears, the styling of the hair over his eye just gives him so much character and personality. I love how it's been framed and how he's just soulfully looking into your eyes and got the connection there. So I think this is a really great capture from the photographer.
Johan has a teeny weeny bit to add.
Okay, and I'd like to applaud the photographer on getting the right from the nose to the eyes and sharpness.
Thank you, Johan. Can we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 85, a silver with distinction. It's all right, Johan, I got you. It's okay, mate. Johan is in the gold range on 93. Can you please take it away?
What a startling abstraction. We don't even need to know what it is to enjoy the texture, the contour, the design, and the blue. It's just... And then when we work out what it is, we feel a little reward for being so intelligent. Well, I did. And I gave it a 93, just for such an impressive but simple image.
Thank you, Johan. I'm going to come to Joe down the other end.
Yeah, I was really hoping that we'd get to chat about this one. I gave it an 80, but mostly because I definitely wanted it to get a silver, if not higher, but I wanted to hear what people had to say about it. I agree with you. It's just beautiful, and I'm thinking it's a tail. Do you guys think it's a tail? Okay. I guess I'm a bit held back by it just sort of being floating there. I want it to have a bit more context in its environment, but I'm absolutely listening, and I can probably be talked up.
Thank you, Joe. Russell, you're next.
Yeah, I scored it 84 just to want to hear people talk about it like Joe said. Joe, I think we can sort of forgive its floatiness because it is in water after all, and I think it's quite cool that whatever it was floating in has been removed as a distraction to the beauty of what it is. So you get up to it and you see the scales and then we all know what it is. And the fact that there's no face, no nothing, but the whole presentation of it suggests movement and a sort of a dynamic, an organic dynamic that is really quite beautiful. And I'll be lifting my score.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got anything more to add, judges? Otherwise, I'm going to hand it back to Johan for right of reply.
You kind of said it, Russell, but I'll just repeat it. It's a fish, it floats. But it's not just a fish, it's a piece of beauty. It's something for us to admire and appreciate and look at the intricacy of, the lining through the fantail, the organic dynamic that's such a good, I'm going to keep that. The organic dynamic is stunning because it doesn't have what you might call symmetry, but man, it's comfortable and it's balanced, and the use of the circle to hold it in, very beautifully framed, and the space that's been given to it to allow it to float. I think the photographer's made some very wonderful decisions and should be rewarded accordingly. I gave it a very strong blue 93.
Thank you, Johan. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 91, a gold award. Congratulations. Great discussion, judges. Can we have the next print, please? And judges, just a reminder when we're giving feedback on our prints, just to keep it constructive feedback on things that they can do better on some of the other lower scoring prints. That was not concise at all, I'm sorry. What? I know. I tried doing the hands with Amber to emphasise what I was trying to say. It still didn't come out. Okie dokie. We have an initial score of 82, which is a silver award. However, we have Russell in the gold range, so it's all yours.
Yeah, it just struck me straight away that the environment that's been chosen to present these dogs is just so complementary to the tonality of the dogs, and that is a decision by the photographer in itself is the masterstroke. Then the containment of the personalities within the shape of that environment is another masterstroke, and I love the dog on the right breaking that. It would have been too easy for that dog to be inside the blacks of that background. The fact that it breaks that horizon, if you like, really adds to it for me. The detail's amazing. The gold chain against all the virtual monochromatic feel of the image is great. The little tongue sticking, the eyes, just everything, and shooting up at them gives us the majesty of these animals. The simplicity of it, the strength of it, it's as a piece of communication, it's beautiful, and it's gold for me.
Okay, we've got 3 all on the same score down the bronze range. Kirsten, Johan, Sarah Lee, who would like to talk? Someone. Thanks, Sarah Lee.
All right, so we scored at 78. I think because for me, initially, I guess what you saw as a positive with that background, I saw as a negative. And other than the tonality, I think I find the environment really distracting from the dogs. And I also find that the right-hand one is a little bit out of focus compared to the left-hand nose. The differences in scale and the crop and the composition is, I find all of it a wee bit awkward, and it's pulling me towards the right. I'd love to know the reason behind those decisions if you could give me more info.
Hello, Joe. I can see you. Your
All
turn.
right. Okay. I was a bit of a pussy. I gave this 84, and Russ hasn't even talked about why this is actually cool. This is cool because these are the dogs from the hood, and this is their hood. That dog on the left, so damn menacing. I mean, I wouldn't want to meet him in a back alley or in a stairway for that matter. I just think this is a masterful portrait of these dogs in their urban environment. I mean, they've got so much personality. They're like, don't fucking walk in my stairway. Sorry. It's getting late. I just think this is It's so quirky and funny. Like it had me giggling, but also going, oh God. And the lighting's just gorgeous. The texture of the fur, the gold chain. There's so much going for it. I think I'll join Russ up in the 90s.
Thank you, Joe. I think that's your third swear word of the day. You're doing great. Hey, it's all good. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, anyone else want to add anything else before I hand it back to Russell? Away you go, Russ. All yours.
Sorry, it's pin sharp, the dog on the right, so I'm not quite sure where you're coming from there, but yeah, really Joe's said it all, and she's used a word that I used to use a lot and got told off for, so that's great. They are, they're animals, but they're also personalities, and these two dogs are individuals. And I just invite you to look into their faces a little bit more and look at how they're looking at you. Shooting up at them is a master stroke as well. I think the environment is absolutely exquisite for them. The tonality is fantastic. As a portrait goes, I just can't fault it, really. I guess we all respond to things differently, but I'm definitely in the gold and I feel really, really comfortable there. And I just congratulate the photographer on what they've done, what they've given us.
Thank you, Russell. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 87, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Those on the live stream, I always find by the end of the day, all of the judges become more dancey around the print. Like to start with, everyone kind of like hovers. But as the day goes on, we get a few squats and a few lean overs. Everyone's using it as an opportunity to have a quick stretch. Okay, we'll grab those scores, please. And we have an initial score of 87, a silver with distinction. However, Joe Francis, you're up there in the golds. Way you go.
Yeah, I put this at 92. I feel like this is such a bold photo. It's so full of mood and atmosphere. It's cinematic. It's really quiet. So you have to stand there and really look at it for quite a while to sort of really feel it. But this dog has just so much mood to him. He's wet. And I just feel like I could be right there with him. I feel like it's done a really compelling job of bringing me in. I'm going to point out that there is a little bit of black missing down the bottom, just before anyone critiques that. I can see that, but I overlook it. I think the black on black is bold. Must have been really hard to get this right. And not only is it technically really interesting, but it's just got so much mood. I'd love to hear what everyone else has to say.
Thank you, Joe. I'm going to come to Russell down the other end to hear from him, please.
I hate being down the other end. Actually, the fact that it sort of bled into the background was, I've been trying to decide whether I love that or I was challenged by it. Excuse me. The separation of the dog from the background is lovely through the nose and the eyes and the little winkle of light on its head. So it is a lovely image, and I think it is quite bravely, because the print looks nothing like the screen up on the side here. So it is quite lovely that it's sort of morphing out of that background the more and more you look at it. And in actual fact, I couldn't even see the damn dog at first, but now it's like it's there for me. It's there for me in full cinematic sort of, the mood that it provides us is great. So I'm kind of climbing in emotions and score probably.
Thank you, Russell. Can we hear from Johan? Thank you.
The beauty of this image lies in discovering more within the blacks of the image and starting to evolve a dog out of shadows and darkness. It is a shame, as you said, that the bottom corner is dark, and that's the reason I didn't go to a gold and gave it an 87. But it's very evocative, it's strong, and creates a curiosity in us, which is worthy of merit. Yeah.
Thank you. Kirsten, you can have a turn.
Yeah, I just want to quickly add, I agree with a lot of what's been said. It's a beautiful, beautiful image. I scored it an 86. What's holding me back is actually the lightness under the dog on those rocks next to the front of its chest. I just find that my eye keeps getting drawn down to those and away from the dog. Yeah, maybe you can talk me up on that point.
Okay, back to you, Joe.
The word that's coming to me from sitting here is yearning. This dog is just yearning for somebody. And the more I look at him, the more I want him to have whoever it is he's yearning for. His whole tilt, his whole gaze, the wetness, the coldness. It's just beautiful. I think you guys can forgive a few rocks and lead with your hearts.
Thank you, Joe. Judges, please rescore. We have a score of 89, a silver distinction, however, that goes into a review. So, judges, you are going to get the opportunity to enter in an 89 or a 90 once that system catches up, if it hasn't already. And we have a 90, a gold award. Congratulations. Fantastic conversation, team. I am going, can I have a blank screen, please? Because we've got a couple of people that are swapping off and jumping into other rooms. Russell, you can take a break. And Amber, can you come on, please? And Joe's jumping off. And who's coming on for Joe? Catherine, can you come on, please? Yeah, you stay. Russell, don't leave. I think you're going to run away like that. Okay, judges, we're down to less than 10 prints now, so we're going to get a break as we do that digital swap over. Okay, team. Are we all logged in and ready to go? Amber, are you the right person? Well done. I'm proud of you. Okay. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have one more. It's always one lagger. We have an initial score of 88, which is a silver with distinction. However, we have two people up in the gold range. Sarah Lee, it is your turn.
I scored this in 92. There is a lot of thought that's gone into creating this image, and I think the expressions of these little doggies really fit the scene that's been created. I love the titles on the little books, How to Train Your People. This is a beautiful role reversal, which is absolutely gorgeous. I love how the pink elements on both sides tie in together, and then that beautiful halo that's coming off the chandelier in the background. I think everything is very regal, very much Regency. I think it's absolutely gorgeous, and I would love to hear what people are thinking, because I can't fault it.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Johan, I'm coming to you next, please.
Darren. Yeah, what's not to love about this image? There's a couple of technical things that bugged me a little bit, but I'm actually going to be here listening and seeing what I can do. I'll just mention the carpet at the front, the little bump in the carpet in the front, easily fixed, just a small thing, but it drew my eye down, but that's not probably worthy of the score I gave it. Just keep talking to me and we'll work it out.
Thank you, Johan. Can I have someone else? Yeah, Kirsten, thank you.
I really, really love this image, and I want to go higher, so I'm open to being talked up to it. Just a couple of things are holding me back. First of all, the bump in the carpet, I did notice it, but I actually like it because it helps give it a bit of realism. What's holding me back is the golden dog just feels a little bit soft in contrast, in particular to the cat. The cat is very, very sharp and in focus, almost to the point he almost looks a little bit cut out. But the golden dog just seems softer compared to the other dog and the cat, so that's just where I'm stuck. So maybe you can help unstick me from that.
Thank you, Kirsten. Amber, your turn.
Sarah Lee, I was right up there with you on gold, and I'm really glad that you got to challenge this, because that means I get to move my score. I just want to say that I have actually judged this print before, but in a digital forum, and gosh, I prefer this in print so much. I think that the print quality is absolutely beautiful here, and normally I really detest black mattes, but somehow it actually really works with this image. I'd like to applaud the photographer for the balance of colour within the composition here. The sort of magenta-y burgundy dog treats with the flowers on the opposite side. Everything is so beautifully balanced, and I think that this is very deserving of a very solid gold. I don't actually see the softness or difference in contrast that you're seeing with that golden dog. I think maybe that might just be that dog's fur is much more one colour, whereas the cat actually just has a lot more contrast within its colourings. So from the beautiful green eyes to those really hilarious titles, let's go gold.
Thank you. I'm going to hand it back to Sarah Lee for right of reply.
Amber did an amazing job with that. And I do agree. I think purely the blonde dog has to be lit the same in order to make the image coherent. And I think having the lack of contrast in the colour of the fur means it does appear a little bit softer, and that's a really good teaching point, that if you're going to do heavy composites, you have to match the sharpness and you have to match the depth of focus. And I think this doesn't want to be any further sharpened. But I mean, there's so much beautiful storyline in there. I credit to the photographer, and yeah, if you believe it deserves gold, give it gold.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 91, a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please, print handlers? We're just going to swap out. Kirsten, you can take a break. And Jeremy, can you come back on, please? Thank you very much. The hands, they were back, Amber. The dancing hands. Okay, we're good to go. Next print, please. We have an initial score of 84, a silver, and we have one person in the gold range. Catherine, it is all yours.
I have to say I'm quite surprised to be up here on my own. When this came around in the run through, it really made me laugh, and then I get up there and I just think it's been so beautifully handled. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous print, well lit, it's really strong storytelling. That dog, the eye is on the prize, the moment is wonderful, the composition is really nicely balanced, and I don't know what you guys are all doing down on low silvers. You tell me about it.
Thank you, Catherine. I'm going to come to Sarah Lee down the other end.
I scored this an 81. I love the concept. I love the mischievousness that this dog is doing at the moment. I find the tongue is not quite believable. It's perhaps a little too bright, or that it's a little too sharp compared to the face. There's something about it that makes me think it's a composite, and that draws me away from the image and the honey drop. I think that lets it down. Otherwise, I mean, it's got so much gorgeous storytelling in it. Please, keen to hear more.
Yes, Amber, your turn.
I really know what you mean about the tongue, Sarah Lee. The tongue makes me deeply uncomfortable. But not because I think it's fake. I don't know, it makes me uncomfortable. I was on an 83, and I feel like this is a silver image to me, only because I think there was an opportunity to just lean into this concept a little bit more than what has been done here. I really feel like the supermarket honey squeezy tube just lets the whole vibe of the rest of the image down, and that would have been so much more in theme if it had been a, like a, what are they called? The wooden, something a little bit that fitted in with this better. I also would love to have seen some drool from the dog, but it's a really hilarious capture, and I'd love Catherine to talk me up.
Thank you, Amber. Have we got anything else to add, judges, before we go back to Catherine? It is all yours.
I guess when you're talking about leaning in more, for me, I just think I'm celebrating the simplicity of this. I don't need more. I love that it's less, and I love the strength of that storytelling. The honey, the colour is working so beautifully with the dog's colour. Honeycombs tend to be a bit more yellowy, but this has got that same orange richness, so again, it's working for me. I do kind of wish you hadn't mentioned the tongue. I can sort of see what you're saying now, but maybe it is real. I don't know. I'm not an expert on dogs. It's certainly big. Maybe that shows the commitment from this dog, If you can't come to gold, how about silver distinction, please?
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, please rescore. And we are sitting on an 86, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Well done, team. Can we have the next print, please? We have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? No one's looking at me. Amber, you looked at me first.
Congratulations on the Silver Award, and the printing and presentation of this image is very beautiful. I think that, I'm not sure, but I really feel like it's actually not quite sharp, which is why I couldn't give this any more. But from a compositional perspective, I think that it's very well captured.
Thank you, Amber. Before we do the next print, judges, just try and keep our comments really concise. Okay, you were concise. It wasn't a reflection on you. I'm just reminding us so that we can stick to time. Okay, next print. I'm not packing on you, Amber, I promise. No, it wasn't a reflection on you. I'm just looking at the time that we're expected to finish. Okay, we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from Catherine? Thank you.
Oh, this really made me smile. What a hilarious dog with those eyebrows, and the photographer's choice to use the scarf where one of the figures has very defined eyebrows. It's very humorous. Well done on your award. In terms of lifting it, a little bit hot on the nose. I think some of the highlights are getting really quite hot there. And also there's quite a lot of space above the dog. I'd kind of like to see that brought down just a touch, but yeah, well done.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, we have a score of 74, a professional standard. Thank you, judges. Can we have a comment from someone? Thank you, Kath. Oh, Jeremy, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Great little moment, good eye contact. The dog's engaged, which is really nice. But I think maybe just waiting for the right moment. It's just a little bit too caught up, and there's a lot of tension in the dog's legs. And the line of the horizon just going through its head as well is also creating a bit of tension. So I think just massaging that idea, great idea, but just massaging the moment and the composure will just lift this.
Thank you, Jeremy. Can we have the next print, please? We have some scores, please, judges. We have a score, an initial score of 81, a silver award. We have one person up in the gold range, so I'm going to hand the microphone over to Amber. Take it away.
Oh, I've got so many really inappropriate things running through my head right now. This dog. I'm sorry. This the scenario that I am seeing is this dog has come in for a massage, and the masseuse walks in and he says, "Hey, baby, can you really focus on my lower back today?" There's a lot of personality there. I'm really glad that the dog's balls are hidden. Talk to me.
Thanks, Amber. Johan. Wow, okay. Johan, I'm going to go to you. Keep it clean.
Hang on. Yeah, I gave this a 73 because I didn't obviously see the massage story. An interesting thought. So, because I hadn't seen the story, I looked photographically and was disappointed by the framing. I felt the white could have extended more to the right-hand side. I felt that even though there's good connectivity with the dog and the subject and good focus from the ears through the nose, I felt that that's where it kind of ended for me. It was a dog on a towel without a story. But you know, thanks for your story. I'll think about it a bit.
Thanks, Johan. Sarah Lee, saw your hands.
I scored this a 76. Story still has me smiling. I think there's a lot of good things about this image. Like, I love the choice of the lens length because it really amplifies how forward heavy this particular dog breed is. But I find that crop just a little too tight. Like, his ears are really high in that arch compared to the space beneath it as well. And apart from, being a gorgeous image of a beautiful dog, there's not a whole lot more to the storyline than that, or to this personality. There's also the patch of white hair, fur on his forehead. We've lost the detail in that, and I find that my eye keeps going back to that patch when I want to be engaged with the eyes. So, keen to hear more about the story, though, Amber.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Have we got anything else to add? Yes, Catherine, go for it.
Yeah, I'd just like to speak in support of this image. I gave it 85 silver distinction. So much humour in this image when it came around on the run through, and again it just made me laugh when I saw it in real life. Beautiful print. I think it's sharp where it needs to be sharp. Beautiful contrast between the warmth of the dog and the choice to have that cool background, and then that wonderful pink tongue. I agree that this is a tight crop, but for me that's really working for this image because this dog is such a big personality. It's absolutely filling that frame and just coming right forward. I kind of thought of Winston Churchill actually when the cigar was whipped out of the mouth and the way it's coming forward over that leg and the front foot. I find this a very amusing image and very successful, and yeah, I'd love to see it higher as well.
Thank you, Catherine. I'm going to hand it back to Amber now, please.
Oh, Sarah Lee, I'm just going to have to wholeheartedly disagree with that. It is not a beautiful image of a gorgeous dog. It's either the Jeffrey or the Harvey of bulldogs, and to get that level of just grotesque from an otherwise quite beautifully presented image is really clever. What other reason could there be to have the towel there, Johan? I think that this is a very, very clever image, and let's reward the photographer for presenting it to us in this way. Yuck.
Thank you, Amber. Judges, please rescore. We have a score of 84, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges. One more score. Johan, Catherine, Jeremy, Sarah Lee, Amber Griffin. Have you entered? Oh, there we go. There must be a lag, I'm sorry. We have an initial score of 90. However, we have got one person in gold distinction. So, Jeremy, you can challenge. Where you go.
Oh my God, this is so beautiful and devastating at the same time. When I saw this image through the run-through, I was hoping I would judge it. And here I am, and the print does not disappoint at all. The photographer, oh my God, they know what they're doing. The composition, the lens choice, the position of where they are in the landscape to capture that dog. Obviously, it's not a domestic, it might be a domestic dog, but it's underfed, it's starving, it's looking for its next feed. But it's just presented itself in this most exquisite landscape. You know, most images of the Taj Mahal, I presume that's the Taj Mahal, are not presented in this way. The Taj Mahal is not the hero, it's this dog. It's so prominent and beautiful in this landscape, despite how ragged and starving it is. It just carries itself so beautifully, and it's positioned so well. All of the elements, the tree on the right, even the tree in behind the dog, it works. The Taj Mahal, the other tree, the other landscape, the foreground, the fade off of focus on the foreground. Everything about this photograph is gold distinction. I think I was weak on 96. There is not much wrong with this photograph at all. I implore you to give it more than a 90.
Thank you, Jeremy. I'm going to come to Sarah Lee down the other end.
I scored this 86 initially, and I am coming up. The more I sit with it, the more I like the image, despite how uncomfortable it is to see a creature in that condition. The reason I initially didn't go to gold was because of the weight on the right from that tree. I find that is really, being so dark draws us out. Credit to the skeletal tree on the left is in the gaze of the skeletal dog, but the vegetation behind it really breaks its silhouette, and I think the image would have been so much stronger had we had that full silhouette. But yeah, definitely going to be coming up.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Johan wanted to talk.
You mentioned the skeletal tree, but there's an interesting contrast between the skeletal dog and then the Taj Mahal and then the nicely grown bushy tree next to the skeletal tree. So there's kind of like a parallel of imagery going on there, which even strengthens it. I gave it a 94, and it's not going to take much to get me over there.
Thank you, Johan. Did we have anyone else that wanted to add to this before I... If you want to. Have you got something new, Catherine? Have you got something new? No, you can. Sorry. Where you go.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I gave this 88. I'm really happy to come up into gold. I think that tree on the right is working well. That's what I want to say. I think that is anchoring the image and bringing us right in there. I was with Sarah Lee, though, on the tree behind the dog. That was the reason I was on silver distinction. Happy to come to gold, though, but not really gold distinction, but fantastic image.
Thank you, Catherine. Okay, Jeremy, back to you.
The first line in Gold with Distinction is exceptional vision. Like, to put yourself in a position to wait for a moment. Like this, I've got so many questions about how the photographer found themselves in this position to get this moment. Did they have to wait days? Did they just happen upon it and it happened within seconds? Everything is just so beautiful about this presentation of the image, the way that it bleeds off to the edge, but the landscape feel, the landscape shape, the dog facing to the right but looking back to the left. There's things happening outside of this frame that also bring you into this frame that ask so many more questions than what we're presented with. But that emaciated dog is such a hero, and like I'm shaking looking at this image because it's creating something visceral inside of me that I can't stop enjoying this image despite how sad this dog looks. Gold distinction.
Thank you, Jeremy. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 94, a gold award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? This is our final print entry, so we're going to have a wee break after this while Honours swap us over to the digitals. Do another shout out to Unleashed Education, who is sponsoring the animal category this year. Unleashed Education isn't just about better photos, it's about becoming a more thoughtful, confident and creative photographer surrounded by a passionate, uplifting community. Thank you very much for sponsoring us. Okay, judges. We have an initial score of 88, a silver with distinction. However, we have two people up in the gold range. Amber, I'm going to hand this one to you as the top scorer. Smile and hit that mic.
Oh, Tales of the Canis Familiaris, I think is how you would say it. This is such a clever image. I just adore how much expression and personality that this photographer has managed to capture from each of these animals purely from their rear view. The thought that has gone into the captions for these 10 portraits is incredibly clever, and this is a really unique work that I really strongly feel deserves to at least be in the gold range.
Thank you, Amber. Sarah Lee, I'm going to get you to speak next once you've sat down.
I scored this as 78. I love the concept. I love the names. I love everything to do with the words. The images themselves, I find a few of them aren't as strong as the others. The top right one is soft, is really soft compared to the rest of them. Some of them have much lower contrast than others. I love the bottom row, fourth, looking around. I find if that one was perhaps the very last one, there would be a lot more strength in it. I think the concept is wonderful. Perhaps less than 10 images would have said the same thing. I find I want more from the photographs because so much of it relies on the words. But I'm definitely going to be coming up. I don't think I can come to gold for those reasons I've just said. But I credit to the photographer with the humour. It's gorgeous.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can I have someone in the middle? Catherine, thank you.
I gave this 88. I agree the concept and the titles that this photographer have given this is fantastic. I do agree a little bit with Sarah Lee that that seems to be carrying most of the success of this image for me. I wasn't troubled by what you were saying about the contrast of the photos. I think they're good. They're strong. I'm not also though getting the personality that you are, Amber, and I'm a little bit bothered by the proximity of the second top one to the frame there. However, that title is talking about it having an elongated derriere or something, so perhaps we can overlook that. But yeah, 88 at the moment from me.
Thank you, Catherine. And Jeremy, you're grabbing the mic. Where you go?
Yeah, I was 92. I was in gold with you. I think the concept's really great. Sarah Lee, valid points, but I took 8 points off for a few things and didn't score at 100. But the concept is great. The single dog looking back over its shoulder playing peekaboo, which is the name of the breed type according to this chart of tails. The balance of the black dogs and the white dogs and the scale within them, I think there's a nice harmony with that. Like the size of the black dog looking over its shoulder is the same size as the white dog not looking over its shoulder. So there is a harmony between some of the dogs and their sizes and their light to dark. So I think it's worth rewarding. There's, originality in this concept. It's presented to us in a humorous way, and I think it's worth gold.
Thank you. We've got anything else to add before Amber leans forward into the mic? Where you go, Amber. Right of reply. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. I think that you've said everything. The only issue that I have with this image is the slight softness of Mr. Floof in the top right, and that is what I took 6 points off for. This is absolutely a masterfully created work that has been made by someone at the top of their game. This is just so very clever, and it firmly sits in the gold range.
Thank you, Amber. Judges, please rescore. There's a bit of a lag. You've hit yours in, Amber? Okay. Last time it was real slow too. That awkward silence. Oh, we got there. Okay. We have a final score of 91, a gold award. Great conversation. I feel really sorry for the entrant who had to wait there awkwardly. So sorry. Okie dokie, that brings us to the end of our print entries. So we're going to take a wee break. Judges, please duck in, duck out. Don't be too long because we're going to kick off the digitals real soon. Thank you. Okay. Animal category. We are going to kick off very soon once we have some troops return. Honestly, you give them an opportunity to go and they disappear. Everyone's gone. Even my assistant's gone. I'm glad that you love me. Yay. Yay. Just going to wait for... We need a couple more people. How are we going, judges? Do we want to stick with who we had, who left? Do you guys want to come back on? Oh yeah, you're happy. I love happy people. And we've got Belinda and Joe that can also jump in. Take a seat, Jeremy. Why not? You're ready to go. Just hold fire and we'll just wait for... actually, Catherine, do you want to jump on? I don't know who ran away, but whoever it is has lost their spot. Oh, that would be amazing. Oh, Victoria's back. Here she is. She's running. Honestly. Give an inch, take a mile with these people. We're near the end of the day. We're not going to start without you. We're here. We're ready to go. Okay, judges. Let's get ready to go. First image is up on the screen. Take it away. Those on the live stream, the digital entries are up the front of the room, one by one on a monitor. So the process is the same with the judges walking up to the front of the screen, the front of the room, and viewing the image before returning back to their computer and entering in their scores. It's like Grand Central Station here. We've got people everywhere. Okay, judges. We have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment, please, from someone? And no one's going to look at me. Catherine looked at me. There you go, Catherine. Thank you.
What a great collection of personalities here. I really enjoyed coming across from the left, two slightly psychotic expressions on the first two, and then you get to the big bull who's just like, he's pretty chill, you know, he's got a bit of experience. That's how I read it anyway. For me, to elevate the image, it's tricky, but I just found that background just a bit too busy. There's just a lot going on there. But yeah, lovely portrait of these beasts. Well done.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next image, please? Scores, please, judges. We have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Comment from Sarah Lee, yeah?
What a lovely capture of the dog mid-leap. I think the timing is absolutely gorgeous. The depth of field, the focus is so shallow that just one of those paws is in focus and everything else is out of focus. So a greater depth of field would be a really good choice. I also find the background, I don't know if it's unnatural or if it is natural, but teaming something so dark with something so saturated, there's a real conflict there between the subject and its environment. But yeah, love the timing, so keep going with these beautiful running, jumping shots.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. We're going to jump into the next image, please. You see what I did there? Stop it. Comedy right there. Just waiting on one more score. Yeah, that'd be you. The guy that's standing up. Yeah, the guy that's standing up is the one that we're waiting on. It's all good. And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. We have a comment, please, from Amber. Thank you. Put your glasses on.
Congratulations on your bronze award. This is a really wonderful portrait of a family, I think, of dogs. In order to improve an image like this, I think that you should really consider your angle of view when photographing animals like this in a studio environment. And just be careful with your editing that the highlights do feel quite crushed on the whites, especially on their noses, and some of those shadows feel like they've been lifted just a bit too much. So just be really careful with your editing in that department, but well done.
Problem child now wants to have a little teeny-weeny
Yeah,
moment
sorry,
on
I
the
just want to
mic.
add to
Way
that.
you go.
I think it's the one dog at different ages. So I think if you're going to do that, maybe make it a little bit more obvious in the transition from pup to adult. Otherwise, beautiful.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have an initial score of 87, which is a silver with distinction. However, yeah, we can clap. We're all out of sync. Okay, we have someone in the gold range. Sarah Lee, it's all yours.
I scored this a 94. I love the composition. This is very much a graphic image, and the ears, the way they're replicated in that pattern with the arched windows, the way that the building fades into a blur, so it itself has that beautiful movement and that pattern, that shape. I love the tonality. Everything is very soft, from the hazy sky to the fur to the foreground. And then the choice of that really extreme vertical crop just to really emphasize those lines. I think everything in this image has been considered, and I think it deserves a gold.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Amber, you're down the other end. Can we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I am on 84, and I am really willing to come up higher. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but I just kind of wish that I had seen this image printed, because I feel like there would have been such an opportunity with this image if it was very well printed. It would have a lot more power. But I love all the things about it that you love, Sarah Lee. I do think that the building in the background feels slightly askew that way. And so that bothers me a little bit. But I absolutely love the regalness of the dog in the centre there, and I love the way the shapes of the ears are echoed. So please talk me up.
Thank you, Amber. Johan, do you want? No. Oh, go Amber. Well done. Yeah, Jeremy.
This is in Reykjavik, so it probably would have cost a lot of money to send prints from the other side of the world to New Zealand. So, that may have been a challenge for that photographer to send those here. But that's obviously shot in winter. The choice, I don't know if it was a choice to wait for winter, but the white snow on the ground to go with this beautiful white dog and that beautiful white church, it's perfect. The composition, the vertical shape, the mirroring of the ears with the church tower windows up there it's perfect. It's beautiful, and even the little arch that the dog's held in also adds to just anchoring that dog as the hero against this amazing structure.
Thank you, Jeremy. Catherine, would you like to speak?
Just really quickly, I'm on 88 and I'm coming up to gold. I was teetering. I don't know why I didn't give this gold to start with, really. So not only have you got the echo of the overall shape of the dog is echoed in the building, but then you've got this wonderful thing with the ears as we're talking about. The whole building is shaped like a big ear as well as those windows. The white dog against the white building, but the white dog is popping against that building. So there's a beautiful separation there. Fantastic, just simplicity all round. I totally agree, it would make a fantastic print, but it's a fantastic digital image as well, and definitely a gold for me.
Thank you, Catherine. Are we going back to Sarah Lee? Yeah.
Cool. So I think we've all said really positive things about this image, and we all really agree, like the tonal control is fabulous. I do see what you are saying, Amber, in terms of it feels like the building is slightly leaning one way or the other. I believe this is all shot in camera. I don't think it's a composite, because that left side of the building, the vertical more so than the angle, has an ever so slightly stronger highlight than the other. That's beyond the photographer's control in terms of lighting. But I think the fact that our eye bounces up to the windows, down to the dog, up to the windows, down those beautiful curves on the side, and then comes back to the dogs. There's so much movement and so many things for us to look at that, yes, only a gold would keep us this captivated and have us in such discussions. So score it up.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Judges, please rescore. Sarah Lee, have you put your score back in? That's okay. Thank you. And we have a score of 92, a gold award. Congratulations. Okay, judges, we're just going to take a moment to swap some people over. Jeremy, you can take a break, thank you. And Belinda Richards, if you would like to come in. And Sarah Lee, thank you very much. Joe Howell, would you like to come in? Yay! Been waiting there patiently. Wanting to come in. Give you a moment to log in. Okay, next image, please. Okay, we have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. I have a comment, please, from someone. Belinda, thank you.
Yeah, this is a absolutely gorgeous image. I think to bring this up to the next level, to the next scoring range, we just need to see something a little bit more original. This is a great image that any client would love. Beautiful colours, great engagement from the dog, but to bring it up into that next scoring level, we'd just like to see a little bit more narrative or originality.
Thank you, Belinda. Next image, please. Just going to take a moment to acknowledge the fact that someone left an empty packet of Jobs. Who does that? There were 4 in there when I left. Outrageous. Okay. Okay, we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. I have a comment, please. Joe, thank you.
What a beautiful dog in a beautiful location. The connection with the viewer is great. The leading lines coming through from the wood that it's standing on is fabulous. The dog appears to be not quite sharp, which is a shame. And just with the depth of field, the very front section of the frame at the bottom is a little bit blurry, which really sort of draws your eye away from your beautiful subject. So just a few little touches and you'll go up into the next level, but really good. Well done.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have the next image, please? Now, if you're in Christchurch today or in the coming days, the award entries are going to be in the print gallery, and excitingly, some of the images are going to go up for auction on Thursday night from 5 p.m. Auctioneer extraordinaire Mark Rosetto is going to be running that for us, and then we're going to go straight into the Iris Awards wrap party at 7 p.m, which has been very kindly sponsored by Canon for us. So there'll be some drinks and some celebrating. And we have a score of 78, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? No one's looking. Thanks, Amber.
Congratulations on the Bronze Award. These two characters here really do have a lot of personality emanating from them. In order to elevate this image, I think that you should just really check that the hue of your backdrop complements the hue of the animals, and the dog on the left, its head just feels quite a lot larger than the dog on the right, so I'm not sure if it's a much bigger dog, but there seems to be a little bit of a jarring thing going on there, but congratulations.
Thank you, Amber. Next image, please. Okay. We have a score of 82, a silver award. And I have a challenge coming up from Johan. Away you go.
Okay, I've gave this an 86, purely because there's something evil going on here. And it's such a pretty, beautiful dog. And then there's this evil under thing going on with the eyes looking at you from underneath the eyebrows, held within a circle, those big, beautiful, fluffy ears, and then those just evil eyes. It's quite strong and very powerful. For that power, I've rewarded it with a distinction. I'd like you to think along the same lines.
Thank you, Johan. I'm going to come to Belinda.
I had a feeling you might. So it looks evil because it's a poodle, Johan. Look, when this first popped up, I really wanted to go high on this. It is a stunning image. I love that it looks like there's air in the dog's ears, hair, whatever. However, once I sort of got up there and I saw there's so much loss of detail all right way around that dog, and I know it seems like it's giving it like a halo effect, which I want to appreciate, but it's so much that we've lost so much detail there that it's too hot, and with the contrast of the background not being white, which I actually like because it does give that separation, but it makes that really noticeable. So yeah, I would like to sort of speak to that a little bit to get me up further. I scored this a 78.
Thank you. Amber, would you like to speak?
Why, yes, I would. Did I score this in 82?
You
I
did score it in 82.
Okay. I scored
Use
this
your
in
hands.
82, and I think I feel fairly comfortable there because I don't get evil from this poodle. I get much more a sadness and a deep sense of shame. And I think the reason is that this poodle is actually a really filthy floof in its heart, and someone has blow-dried the shenanigans out of those ears, and this poodle is really just not happy with that situation. So I feel quite a lot of sadness from this poodle. But yeah, struggling with the blown out highlights.
Thank you, Amber. Have we got anything else to add? Anything new? Oh, Joe wants to. Away you go.
Sure. I also scored this in 82. There's a lot of great points in this, which I think Johan has told us all about. I find a little bit of an issue with the symmetry. It's such a symmetrical image, but the shape of the body of the poodle on the left-hand side is quite a bit larger than on the right. Also, I think the evilness that you see in the eyes, because that right-hand eye is really dark and falling into shadow. You've got a bit of detail on the lids of the left eye, which I think takes away a little bit of that evilness. And to me, I look at this and it looks like a dog who just missed a treat, and it's like, oh, it's down there. So, but yeah, the loss of detail on those whites is what's holding me at 82 mainly. But I think it's I really enjoy the presentation in the round mat.
Thank you, Joe. I'm going to send it back to Johan.
So I potentially it is stink eye, and and it's directing them where it wants to do. I feel the halo around the dog separates it quite well from what would otherwise be a very similar background, and allows us to distinguish its form and shape. I love the fact that the circle over the top has a lovely separation from the circle over the head and the buff over the ears. I hear you about the shoulder in the dog. It gives it a bit more less balance, so it's off balance, more reason for it to give you stink eye. The circular frame just holds it in quite stunningly. I gave it an 86. There's just a few marks we need. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. Judges, please rescore. And we've squeezed up 1 point, 83 for silver. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Judges, it's coming. There's a bit of a lag. Oh, here we go. It should be good now. Every now and then must be the Wi-Fi. Let's blame the router or whatever it is. What makes things go slow? Other than humans. Okay, we have an initial score of 84. However, we do have someone in the gold range. So, Catherine, this is all yours.
I think this is a fantastic image. I've used the word psychotic already with animals, but this isn't really such a psychotic unco dog. Like, it's in this absolutely beautiful setting, and it's just kind of lurching towards the camera, and I'm just really enjoying the humour of that paw sticking out, the bit of tongue sticking out, the different coloured eyes, the spray everywhere. It's just, I'm getting a really strong story out of this, and I had an emotional reaction and found it very funny. And I think it's also just shot at just the perfect time of day, perfect angle. for me, very successful image. So I'd like to hear some more from you guys.
You will get a chance to talk, Belinda, but the rules tell me I have to go to Amber first. So Amber, can you please speak?
I gave this image a 78 for all of those reasons. But I didn't have the same emotional response to it. I just feel that the dog is quite alarmed for some reason. Maybe it's the temperature of the water. Maybe it's the weird blue thing in his eye. I'm not sure. But yeah, listening.
Your turn now, Belinda.
Yay. I gave this image an 86 for all the reasons that Catherine loves this image. The reason why I didn't go any higher is I feel an image like this is something that as pet photographers we should be doing on a daily basis for our clients. I want to see something more. To get into the gold range, we need something that's a bit more original, a bit more narrative. We're seeing a technically beautiful image here. The colour palette's gorgeous. I love the eye contact with the dog. I think the problem that you're having with the eyes is the different colour eyes. They can look a bit off sometimes. But it is a beautiful image. I just don't think, I think it sits really well in the silver distinction range for all those technical things and the energy in it, but I just don't think it belongs quite in the gold.
Thank you, Belinda. Have we got anything else to add? No, I'm going to hand it back to Catherine to bring it home.
Okay, so I'm not a dog photographer. If I was, I think I'd be absolutely thrilled if I was taking images like this on a daily basis. You're right, it's technically beautiful. And for me, I am seeing the original capture here. And as I said, a lot of narrative. The different coloured eyes are adding to that chaos for me, and I'm really celebrating, as you said, the chaos and the energy. I have no problem with you guys not coming to gold on this, really. It sounds like I'm pushing it uphill, but I haven't heard anything that would stop you at least bringing it to a silver distinction. And, you know, Belinda's already there. She photographs dogs. She knows what she's talking about.
Yes, listen to...
Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 86, a silver distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Honestly, the number of times judges have wanted to eat a Macintosh lolly, you're not going to be able to talk for like at least 5 minutes. We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from Joe? Thank you.
Congratulations on your bronze award. A really lovely straight-on portrait of this gorgeous little puppy. I think to lift it a bit higher, when you're looking at the connection to the eyes as a viewer, those the pupils on there are a bit cloudy. Adding some extra contrast and blacks into those eyes to just give that eye a bit of a pop would really make this puppy feel more alive, and that connection would build and it would be lifted up as an entire image. Well done.
Thank you, Joe. Next image, please. And we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. And we'll have a comment from Catherine. Yeah?
Yeah, this is a really cool image and kind of unusual with all that fantastic movement there in the tail. There's a real energy about it and the horse looks so engaged. I think to bring it up, just watch a few little details. You could, when you get up to those beautiful ears, there's a lot of extra hair there, and there's also a very sharp horizontal line that's going through there. Just if you, with your post-production, just watch a few things like that.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from Amber?
Congratulations on your Bronze Award. I think in order to elevate an image like this, if, as the photographer, if you could just get a bit lower and not allow that horizon line to be intersecting the dog's head, that would really help to elevate this image.
Thank you, Amber. How are you all feeling, judges? Hungry? Oh, goodness. Hang on, well, let's just shuffle it around. Hang on, we'll just make a quick drastic change. We need some gerbs. Well, we all need gerbs, but someone ate the last four. Catherine, are you okay? You're good to keep... Yep, you're good. Oh, no, you're out now, Amber. You spoke once and you're off. Okay, Sarah Lee, can you just... The hungry one wants to go. Off you go. Thanks, Amber. We love you, but go eat something. And Johan, if you'd like to step off, thank you very much. And Russell, can you come back on, please? You can have a Macintosh now, Johan. You've got as much time as you like to try and gnaw through that. Okay, judges, are we all good? If anyone's starting to fade, we are getting to the near end of the day. We can start turning people over a bit quicker. Just give us a shout. Okay, next image, please. Okay, just waiting on a couple of scores. We have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone before I sing? Away you go, Joe. Thank you.
Congratulations on your bronze award. I quite enjoy this little growth chart of two puppies here, I assume. I enjoy the bubble head sort of feel with that angle. I think it actually it works quite well in this image. There's some, when you're doing sort of these Watch Me Grows or whatever, the consistency needs to be carried across all of the shoots and across all of the images. There's a bit of inconsistency in colour and shadows and lighting from the left to the right of the image. So if that was addressed, it would lift it up even further, but well done.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have the next image, please? Okay. We have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. Yep, there you go. You may as well challenge Belinda. You go for it.
Awesome. Well, I might have just been tricked by how cute these little guys are, but I actually really find this image really, really sweet. I gave it an 82, and I think that this sits really well in the silver range. I think the lighting's been handled quite well. The connection between the two of them is there. I find it a really, really sweet image. Yes, it does have some issues, but we're only asking for a silver. We're not asking for a gold distinction. So, yeah, tell me why we shouldn't.
Thank you, Belinda. I'm going to come to Russell down the other end. Where you go?
I've given it a low bronze for the very reasons you've gone a little bit higher. Sweetness in itself isn't enough to take it into those higher award sort of levels for me. Yes, it is sweet. There's a little lack of sort of personality that might otherwise be available, I think. It's just trying to push us a little bit far for that number, I think.
Thank you, Russell. We've got someone else. Yeah, Joe, would you like to speak? Thank you.
I scored this as a high bronze. I gave it a 78. I really enjoyed the expression, the pure emotion in there. That little lamb on the right-hand side with his little squinty face of joy is delightful, and I really enjoy how these two sort of become one, where you've got the ear line that joins from one lamb onto the other lamb. I think I didn't go up further. I think the circle crop, where it crops off the left lamb's legs a little bit closely, just feels a bit awkward to me. But, it's an enjoyable image, and I'd like to hear a little more.
Thank you, Joe. Have we got anything else to add? Okay, Belinda, all yours.
Okay. I didn't hear anything really bad. Yes, I do agree with that, Joe, with the circle crop. It's cutting off that left lamb a little bit. I love that you picked up on the ear thing. It's given me this yin and yang vibe. And I think that, we're only asking for a silver here. I think it's really well done. The expression at the moment's been caught there. Let's give it a silver, guys.
Thank you, Belinda. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay. We have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. I have someone that would like to make a comment, please. Belinda, go for it.
Look, this image is really quite cute. I'm a little bit confused by the narrative, but the main reason why I kept it down, I gave it a 76, so congratulations on your bronze award, is that when you're doing composites like this, we need to make sure the shadows are all going in the same direction. That's probably the main thing that I noticed here. The shadow on the picture is on the right side and the shadow from the cat's on the left side, so it's just not congruent there. So just watch that sort of stuff. Otherwise, well done.
Thank you, Belinda. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 78, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Joe, thank you.
This image just made me laugh as soon as I saw it. This little guinea pig looks like he's holding on to that broccoli head for dear life. I think the image feels a little bit unbalanced. If you could drop the framing a little bit, as that amount of negative space above its head doesn't really add much to this frame, and just be aware with your retouching. There seems to be some inconsistencies on the stool or the surface that the subject's sitting on, but really a great angle for a guinea pig to make that connection. So well done.
Thank you, Joe. We're just going to swap a judge over. Catherine, you can take a break, and Kirsten, can you come back on, please? Thank you. Alrighty, next image, please. Okay. We have a score of 78, a bronze award. Congratulations. Joe is going to challenge it.
I think I had this as an 83, just as a strong silver. I think the central positioning and the placement of this, the subject within the frame, a direct connection. There's so much emotion that you're getting from his face, as well as from the background around it, the location, the storm that's coming in from the left, compared to the sunny sort of blue skies on the right, and just the perfect framing of that little ear, how it flips up into that little the hole in the bow of the boat. It's quite a well-structured image, and I think it deserves a few more points to come up into that silver, just for storytelling and just great connection. So I'd love to hear what others have to think.
Okay, at the other end of the panel is Belinda. Can we hear from you, please?
Yeah, I was on 73 with this one. I really love the whole adventurous story of this one. It really suits the breed of dog. You can imagine that it just gets out there with its owner doing all sorts of crazy fun things. Unfortunately, I feel like the depth of field on this one is so shallow that we've just... It's kind of distracting, actually, because I feel like the focus hasn't even landed quite sharp on the eyes. And I also feel some of the things that you were talking about, with the darkness up on the left-hand side going into the sunny side, I kind of felt that made the image feel a bit imbalanced, as well as the dark side on the right-hand side of the boat. It doesn't feel like it's been positioned really well, and it's just sort of throwing that balance off a little bit. So, yeah, perhaps talk to me about that.
Thanks, Belinda. The other three of you are all on the same score, so does someone want to... Come on. Kirsten, away you go.
I really like the concept and the adventure of this dog as well. I love that the dog is just so engaged and happy and smiley, the one ear flapping up in the wind. I scored this as 78. What was holding me back is that the horizon just feels slightly crooked to me and just slightly off, and that on the right hand side it's just distracting. And also the colour of the dog's fur down the side of the body, like the blacks and the browns, it just feels like maybe the shadows have been lifted a little bit too much in it. So, yeah, see if you can help me with those areas.
Thanks, Kirsten. Have we got anything else to add? No? Okay, back to you, Joe.
Thanks for that input. I think as far as the sort of the dark and the light and the how that sort of all works together in this frame, I sort of see the image as 4 quarters. So you've got the top left-hand corner with the cloud that's dark, then you've got the boat on the bottom left-hand side is light, and then you've got the light upper right-hand side of the sky, and then the boat is dark there. So I think it actually quite balances it out, at least for me. And as far as the horizon line, yeah, there's some warping, but it's a wide-angle lens, so I can forgive that. And it is an extremely shallow depth of field. I feel it's sharp enough for us to be able to engage with the animal itself. And I think if you had everything sharp in that area, in the front of that dog, it would just become too much in the frame. So I actually quite enjoy the shallow depth of field. As far as the colour goes, you know, I'm not seeing any issues with the colour of the shadows in there. These dogs can be, they can throw a little bit pink, they can throw a little bit of other colours in there with the skin and the fur, so it doesn't have to be black or white. So yeah, I hope you guys will come up into the silver range for me and just, yeah, give this photographer and this adventure dog a little bit more love.
Thank you, Joe. Judges, please rescore. Joe, do you just want to pop your score back in? That's okay. We have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. It's going to put us straight into a review. So, just a tick. You should be able to put in a 79 or an 80 team. And we remain on a bronze 79. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, judges. We have a score of 79, a bronze award. Yeah, you can challenge, Belinda. Go for it.
I gave this image an 83, and I really wanted to reward the photographer for something that I hadn't seen before. Yes, it does have issues. I think the crop is a little bit awkward. However, the faces of these little horses, ponies, I'm not a horse, equine person, I don't know. A fantastic engagement, especially with the one that's got his head over the back of the horse there. I think it sits solidly in the silver range. And look, we're already at 79, aren't we? So let's just give it another point or two.
Okay, we're going to listen to Russell down the other end. He's just sat down.
Well, I'm in the high bronze anyway, and I'm happy with that. I don't think it's a particularly remarkable image. I don't like to be negative, but it's a bit clumpy to me, and there's an opportunity for sort of like an elegance, if you like. I don't find the engagement that you find. I did have a second look. I find the circle makes them look make them look like they've got fat tummies almost, and yeah, I just find there's a sort of a beauty that is in them that is just not really actually presented to us.
Thank you, Russell. Can we hear from one other person? Sarah Lee? Yep, thank you.
I scored this a 78 initially. I love the flow and the arches and the curves around between the horses. I find the lighting on the left head, that sharp highlight on the right head, the sharp highlight from the right, as opposed to the really even soft lighting on the left. I find those two are a little contradictory. They're not really uniform with each other, and I think a few of us noticed the one crooked duck here in the mane of the front horse, which we all wish wasn't there. And I think the photographer's done really well with capturing all the texture and everything in focus, but I think there's still a few things to be achieved, which is why I won't be going higher than a low silver.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Have we got anything else to add? Going back to Belinda, go for it.
Cool. Yeah, look, like I said, we're on 79. Let's get it to a silver. Look, you've all pointed out things that I've already seen as well, which is why I didn't go higher with this, and just a little bit of learning for the photographer. I think if we had done an oval crop on this, it would have been a lot more elegant, but let's not keep it in the bronze just because of that. Let's go for a low silver.
Thank you, Belinda. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next print, please? Next image, I should say, not print. Okay. We have a score of 81, a silver award. Congratulations. I have a comment, please, from one of the judges. Everyone's looking at their knees. Sarah Lee, thank you.
What a lovely, lovely capture. We don't often see dogs with slow shutter to capture motion. I'd love to know if this was in one capture or composite, because I think if the dog stayed still for that long, amazing. I do find the cityscape behind it very distracting and quite contradictory to the very nature-orientated foreground with the beautiful dog as well. So perhaps exploring cropping that out. And just watching that the dog's light fur doesn't disappear into the lightness of the ocean behind it as well.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Can we have the next image, please? Going to do another shout out to our category sponsor, Unleashed Education. What sets Unleashed Education apart is their genuine student-centred approach. Rather than teaching a single style, they help photographers discover and refine their own unique creative voice. Now, Unleashed Education is a global pet photography education platform created by award-winning dog photographers Charlotte Reeves and Craig Turner-Bullock. So thank you very much for supporting us. And to the animal category. Amazing. Just waiting for two more. And we have a score of 79, which is a bronze award. This is going to go straight into a review. Yeah? Okay. We are going to go into a review. So, I'll wait for where we do the who's and the woozy clicking me dickety. That's working. It's swinging around. Okay, judges, 79 or 80. And we have a score of 79, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment, please, from a judge? Thank you, Belinda.
You're going to get sick of hearing from me. Look, this is a beautiful image, and I have judged this image before, and every time it comes up, I just think to myself, God, what great colour tones this is. However, the positioning of the two outside horses really isn't doing much to elevate the middle horse is where it's all at, really. I am finding the one on the left-hand side also was not quite as sharp, and you can see that it's been over-sharpened to compensate, and there's a few artefacts there that, are letting it down. So.
Thank you, Belinda. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please? Thanks, Joe.
What an adorable expression on that little lamb. Really, it's a lovely bronze award there. In this category, you've got the ability to add or remove items. I don't think that the poop is helping add anything to this image. Also, the amount of negative space at the top of the frame, this may have worked better if it was a panorama. So just have a little play with some of your composition and might lift it a bit further, but a really beautiful portrait of these two sheep.
Thank you, Joe. We're just going to swap one judge on and off. Joe, thank you. You can take a step off. And Jeremy, can we have you back on, please? Okay, can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Who would like to comment? Away you go, Jeremy.
What a cute little puppy dog. Unfortunately, its butt's competing with its beautiful face. If that wasn't the case, that may have been a different score. But yeah, I'm just pulled over, especially with that colour on its backside. It's really drawing my eyes over there, and that's not where I'm sure the attention should be. But congratulations on your bronze.
Thank you, Jeremy. Can we have the next image, please? Now, if you haven't got your ticket yet, at the end of the week, Friday and Saturday, we have the New Zealand Photo Show with some amazing presenters hosting a variety of workshops. And then on Sunday, we have the masterclasses. So if you're after some more in-depth learning opportunities, it is not too late to get your tickets. You can get them online, nzphotoshow.co.nz, or you can hit up reception and they will be able to help you out. Maybe it's an excuse to get a last-minute flight. Get here. One more score. There we go. We have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. Are we fighting over comments? Oh. You're challenging. Way you go, Jeremy.
Thank you. Wow, so much power in this image. That back hind leg, that circular motion of it pulls me in and really holds me in the movement and power of this animal. It just feels like a massive engine at the back of it, just pushing and driving it. I really feel the movement. I feel the speed, the tracking, and the whacking of the microphone. is really powerful and beautiful, and the position of the head, it's in the right spot. There's space for it to move to where it's moving from, and I think it's higher than just a silver. I think this is a really, really great capture. I look forward to hearing your arguments why it shouldn't, so I can change your mind.
And you scored it in 88. That's okay. That's what I'm here for. Okay, Sarah Lee, we're going to come to you next, please.
I scored this a 78 and I'm definitely coming up. Credit to the photographer. I don't know how you managed to pan as fast as the cheetah runs. The one thing that initially stood out to me is that horizon, that dark line sitting right on its back. Had it been lifted, it wouldn't have been as distracting. And that forward paw, it would be really nice if that was darkened just to get a little bit more of the fourth arm involved in there. But Jeremy, you're definitely swaying me, so yeah.
Okay, can I hear from someone in the middle? Russell, did you want to speak? Of course you do.
Sure, yeah. I might have been a bit churlish. I scored at 81, and at first, the comment about panning with it is absolutely the challenge, and really everything that Jeremy's mentioned about the dynamics of the speed are all there. At first, I thought the face wasn't sharp, and I needed the face on the predator to be sharp. Everything else is moving. I'm happy with everything else to be blurred, but I needed that face to be like focused, and as in focused on its prey, and in focus for us to see that. But I've gone and looked at it again, and it's in focus enough for me now to love it a bit more.
Thank you, Russell. Have we got anything more to add? I'm going to send it back to Jeremy. Away you go.
Sarah Lee, good point on that front paw. I think the fact that the cheetah is moving so fast, it doesn't exist because the sensor couldn't capture the movement of it. I also get a sense of dust underneath it as well, which kind of adds to the fading out of the feet. It's just floating through the frame. Somehow it has to touch the ground to propel. So I think for those reasons, I think that elevates it even more, and something that I didn't even notice before. But that, Russell, that head, it's on target and it's moving straight towards its prey. And that back hind leg, that's just this rotary engine just throwing it forwards. I just think this is a beautiful capture and a tricky one to get, and I think the photographer should be rewarded.
Thank you, Jeremy. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 86, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, judges. We have an initial score of 81, which is a silver award. However, Jeremy, you're right up there in the gold, so away you go.
Yay, why am I up here by myself? This is amazing. If this is a composite, I can't tell. It's phenomenal. If it's a full litter of pups, how? How do you get that? Like, to have all of those dogs resting so perfectly in that frame. Either way, I think the photographer has done an immaculate job of either creating this or capturing this image or compositing it into this beautiful frame. It's immaculate. It's beautiful. I can't find the faults. The way that the dogs are resting against each other, I can't see any retouching artifacts. The frame is perfect. The dog on the left is at the same height as the dog on the right. And then there's this beautiful arc through all of these little puppies. That's just beautiful. It's a really lovely image. And whether it's straight out of camera or it's been composited, I think it's worthy of gold. It's a really beautiful it's a beautiful piece of art.
Thank you, Jeremy. I've got three of you. Yeah, Russell, three of you down in the
I'm
bronze range.
78. To me, it's irrelevant whether all those dogs are lying there or how the photographer got them to do that. It's a photograph, and they're all comfy with each other, but they're not cosseted. They're not. The lighting is hard and harsh and too much. It's presented to us with too much light around them, and it kind of takes it away the character that's possible. If the light had been sort of dropped down a little bit, we would have seen a little bit more texture in them, and I would have felt a little bit more comfortable with them being kind of restful. I mean, you don't go to sleep at night with that sort of light. So, to me, the restfulness of the dogs is fighting with the artificiality almost of the environment that they're in.
Thank you, Russell. Belinda?
Yes, I agree with everything that Russell just said. This is gorgeous, and I imagine it is in camera because once pups go to sleep, you can move them and place them wherever the hell you want, and they won't go anywhere. I gave this a 78, and I would love to come up, but because of the lighting, and then there is some banding in the background, and there is some haloing around the dogs, where the background has been brought down from the harsh light, and I can see a white, very mild white line around it. But I think if we had controlled the lighting better, then we could have pushed this up. I could have pushed it up into a really good silver, but at the moment I'm sitting on 78, and I'm pretty happy there.
Thank you, Belinda. Have we got anything else to add? Okay, I'm going to hand it back to Jeremy. Take it away.
Great. I really like that the light falls off and it's really hot in the background. It just pulls your attention straight into the dog's faces, and that's where it's at for this frame. It's about the dog's faces. There is a little halo around them, which indicates that there is some detail there between the edge of their fur and the background. I see a tiny bit of banding, but not enough to warrant putting it down in bronze. I think this is definitely worthy of at least a silver, and yeah, just back to those faces, that's where the detail is, that's where the exposure is, and that's where my eyes want to be. So I think we should come up a little.
Thank you, Jeremy. Judges, please rescore. And we've gone up 1 point to 82 and remaining on the silver award. Congratulations. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, we have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? No one's looking. Thanks, Belinda.
Yeah, look, congratulations on your bronze award. This is a beautiful example of great colour harmony in an image. The warm golden backgrounds and then the blue water really work well together, obviously complementing the colour of the dog. I think what's lacking in this image is engagement from the dog. The closest thing to the camera is the dog's back end. We're not seeing what the dog's looking at. And there's also just a little technical thing. There's a little bit of discoloration at the front rock here. I don't know whether there was something that has been caught through the depth of field, but we're in a category where we can do whatever the hell we like as far as editing goes, and we could have taken that orangey colour out of that rock to make it look like it's meant to be a rock, I guess. But yeah, congratulations.
Thank you, Belinda. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a score of 74, a professional standard. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Jeremy.
Yeah, what a beautiful portrait of this dog. I think what may have elevated it is just maybe a positional change where the tree is not such a big part of this image. It's really pulling you away from the dog, and you just really need that separation to hero the dog and less about the background.
Thank you, Jeremy. How are we feeling, judges? We're going to do a swap around, but just want to check. I am. Russell, you can jump off, please. And Johan, if you can come back in. Belinda, you can take a break. And Amber, come in. Sarah Lee, you can take a break. And Catherine, jump back in. We're down to our final 10 images, so... Judges, it would be really awesome if you could stay around just in case something incidental and unexpected arrives. Because that always happens when you all bugger off. Okay, are we all logged in and we're happy to go? Alrighty, next image please. And we have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Have a comment, please, from Johan. Thank you.
What a whimsical little photograph, nicely framed. The strength of the structure underneath the chair draws you away from the fun of the dog. Yep.
Thank you, Johan. Can we have the next image, please? Do a shout out to Canon, our major sponsor. Oh goodness, we almost have someone fall over. Oh. Our major sponsor, Canon, they are going to be at the trade stand, and I am confident that they are doing firmware updates on cameras. You can go and see them at the trade stand during the week and thank them for sponsoring us, because they're amazing. Okay, we have a score of 75, a bronze award. Congratulations. Have a comment, please, from someone. Thanks, Catherine.
Beautiful image, loving the colour palette here. The dog's face seems nice and sharp. The front's a little soft. I guess I find the dark green area underneath the paws quite distracting. My eye just keeps going there rather than to the dog's eye because it's just so intense.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, judges. We have a score of 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from someone? Thank you, Kirsten.
Really cute little pup with a little tongue blip going on there. I just think to elevate it further, if you're going to be doing overlays with things that have been thrown in the air, some of them which are on the same plane of field as the dog are actually out of focus when they should be in focus. So just watch that if you're going to be putting overlays on your photos.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 79, which is a bronze award and puts us straight into review. And we've got 2 arms up. Who's fighting? Paper, scissors, rock. Yes. Jeremy's higher. Way you go, Jeremy. Take it away. Challenging.
Thanks, Joanne. This is a really beautiful little moment. The dog, which is obviously, I mean, not obviously, but I imagine that this dog is both a pet and a working dog. So part of its job is to look after the sheep. And the sheep's adopted, or this lamb at least has adopted this dog as its mother. And the dog has just taken on the responsibility. So, maybe the family brought them in for a portrait because of the bond, which is unusual. But I love that the dog's eyes are closed and it's there, it knows where the lamb is, it's resting over its back, and it knows that it's safe because it's on its back. It's right by its side. And the lamb just looks so comfortable in that position, like, this is the safest that I can be. I think the circle works for this. There's an imbalance in the frame, but the black heads of both the animals, there's a counterbalance to it which works within that space. There's a slight awkwardness of the dog's paws, but it's content, irrespective of probably the pain or the awkwardness that it's feeling of this lamb resting on its back. So I think we should reward this photographer for capturing this moment and presenting this moment in particular the way that they have.
And you gave it an 83. That's okay. Can I have some comments from Catherine, please, down the other end?
Sure, I gave this a 74, so high professional standard. Yep, I'm happy to come up a little bit into bronze at least. I feel that the circle crop doesn't work for this. When people do a circle crop, I sort of feel that we're emphasising shapes a lot, and in this one, the shapes for me the resulting shape is quite awkward. I do enjoy the moment the dog's eyes closed. I feel the moment would have been so much stronger had the lamb turned its head to look at the camera. Then the story just goes to a new level for me. The lighting's quite good. It's not anything particularly exciting. So happy to come up a bit, but I probably still need to hear a little bit more.
Johan, you're on the mic. Where you go?
Right, I gave this an 81. There's actually, I like that you described this as a working dog, and I feel the dog saying, in my working dog brief, I wasn't going to play nanny to a goat or a sheep. And it's frustrated with its eyes closed, and must I do this? I'm here, but I'm here. And even in the awkwardness of the paw, it's a contrary story to yours, but I like them both. And, there's details where you want them. The blacks have got details, the whites have got details. The background is enough tone that you can see what you need to see and see that it's different to the white of the surround. And it's contained, and there's a lovely balance. I don't want to say yin-yang because that gives us a whole other thing, but I'm going to say yin-yang. Yeah. So yeah, I gave it an 81. It's not going to take you much to get up to a silver.
Okay, I'm handing it back to Jeremy. Thank you.
Yeah, just piggybacking off that, Johan, and what you said, Catherine, about the circle. I wonder if we'd be complaining if it was a square or if it was a rectangle and there was too much negative space. Like, sometimes, we have to give the benefit of the doubt to the photographer in presenting the best option of this image. And I think there's a balance. The dog should be the hero. Its eyes are closed. Happens to be the sheep. The sheep's like second nature to the story. The fact that its black head is popping out of this white space kind of pulls me back into this dog, even though I can't see its eyes. But I keep going out to the sheep and then I keep going back to the dog. Kind of like, I feel like whistling at that dog because that's what they do. They're back and forth, they're nutcases. I think there's more to this than we're probably talking about. I think it's worthy of silver.
Thank you, Jeremy. Judges, please rescore. Well done. We have a score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Great chat. Can we have the next image, please? You're on the homeward stretch, judges. Have a little shake out. Okay. Okay, we have a score of 76, a bronze award. It's a very delayed clap, team. Sharpen up, sharpen up. Okay, can I have a comment, please, from Catherine? Thank you.
Beautiful, gentle image, absolutely stunning light, and I love the flow going back from that front camel back to the guy at the back. I feel that the image could have been strengthened significantly with a crop off the left. You've got two animals there that have been chopped off, and you really don't need any of that detail. If you started with the pale one to the left of the main figure, I think it would have been a stronger image.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. And Johan would like to hear from you, please.
It's beautiful balance of colour with the strong, warm colours of the body of the dog and the lovely blues in the backgrounds. It just sits very well together. The posing of the raised paw on the stone also works particularly well. But then the back legs covered by that hazy, fuzzy thing in the foreground, and I feel disappointed by that. Otherwise, great.
Thank you, Johan. Can we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a score of 77, a bronze award. Congratulations. Can I have a comment, please, from... Thank you, Jeremy.
Yeah, I was right on that average. Great shot, beautiful capture, focus is spot on, depth of field is beautiful. I think just the lack of engagement with the dog, it's obviously being distracted by something off to the left or someone off to the left, and I would have just loved it if it was eyeballing straight down the barrel of the camera.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please? Just a reminder to the animal judges, if you're not on the panel at the moment, please do stick around because we are nearing the end of the category and honours are going to come and steal some of you for some fun time in the back room. How did that sell to you? Does that sound good? I don't know. I think there's only 4 allowed. Oh, Johan's in. Hoi, hoi, hoi. Okay, we're just waiting on someone. We have a score of 81, a silver award. And congratulations.
Yeah. I gave it an 89. What a unique angle on a dog, you know. And there's no secrets here. We can see the peanut butter. We know why it's there. It's probably quite startled. There's a photographer underneath, and almost disappointed that there's not more peanut butter. And the use of the black to encase it, it looks like it's floating in the air while eating. It's very clever. The photographers use wonderful techniques, and that eye contact with us, now the viewer, not the photographer anymore, is like, well, what are you doing here? I'm after the peanut butter. You're not getting any. And so it's quite deliberate and just very fun, especially peanut butter. I gave it at 89. What did you guys do?
Thanks, Johan. We are challenging. You jumped in before I had a chance to mention we were in a challenge. You're all good. Thank you. No, you're totally fine. You were just really eager. I just didn't get a chance to be like, we're in a challenge. We're in a challenge. Okay, can we hear from someone down the other end? Kirsten, yeah, thank you.
Okay, you're going to need to talk me up here. So I gave this a 78. It is a cute little image, licking the peanut butter on glass or perspex being photographed from underneath. Very cute little dog, but I feel like there's just a bit too much brightness on the top of the head and that it comes through to the eyes a little bit as well. So that's what's kind of held me back from scoring it higher.
Thank you, Kirsten. Yes, Catherine, we can hear from you, please.
I gave it 78 too, but I am regretting that, and I'm happy to come up. I think I've seen this before with cats, but not with dogs, and it's clear how the photographers achieved it. But you know, they've created a really fun image, and I think they've framed it well. It's got a sort of, I get a real teddy bear vibe off this with those little paws. It's really fun, really engaged. Those technicals you mentioned, Kirsten, don't bother me at all. I think it's a really great use of negative space and really fun image. I'm happy to come up to silver.
Thank you, Catherine. Have we got anything else to add? Otherwise, Jeremy. Where you go, Jeremy?
Yeah, I scored at 81. I definitely think it's worth a silver. It's a brave choice to photograph dogs this way, especially when you can see warts and all. It's not really a flattering side of dogs that, you know, most of us enjoy looking at. But, you know, being a dog portrait shot this way, I think it's fun, and I think it's definitely worthy of a silver.
Thank you, Jeremy. Johan, back to you.
Great. It is fun, and I'm not apologising for the bright highlights on the head. I think they make it stand out more from the background. And I think the deliberate eye contact there, it's pleading with you to do a better score. And let's have fun with this. It's not rocket science, it's just peanut butter.
Thanks, Johan. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 83, a silver award. Great chat. Can we have the next image, please? Okay. And we have a score of 82, a silver award. Congratulations. Away you go, Amber. I saw your hand. I was just a bit late. Challenge accepted.
I would like to challenge this. I am in the silver distinction range, and I think that there is a really, really serene beauty to this image. I feel like this dog was born to be photographed in this landscape, and I think the photographer has just made a remarkable choice by positioning the dog where they have. Looking into those icy eyes inside that icy landscape, it's just so very beautiful. And I really think this does deserve to be in the silver distinction range.
Thank you, Amber. I'm going to go to the other end. Johan, you're down there.
Yeah, this image is very simple. In fact, it's so simple that somebody could easily give it like a 78 and miss the goodness in it. So I am very pleased that the image, that the dog is not dead smack in the centre. I'm super pleased about that. And I think you're right, it was made for that environment, and good on the photographer for doing that, and bad on that photographer, on that judge for giving it a 78.
Thank you, Johan. And Catherine, you're in the middle there.
Yeah, I gave this an 83 silver, and I'm going to come up. It is so simple and beautiful. There's an engagement in this dog, but there's also such a beautiful softness. It just looks relaxed and soft, and you flow down through that lovely fur. Yeah, and I also really appreciate the filmic quality of that background, you know, the leading lines and everything, but just the textures going on there. I think it's a stunning photo that needs rewarding.
Thank you, Catherine. Have we got anything else to add before we go back to Amber? Right of reply. Where you go.
I had a dance teacher once that taught me that simplicity is beauty, and I feel like this is the embodiment of that. Johan, I will forgive you if you make up for my measly 85. You know what to do.
Thank you, Amber. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 86, a silver with distinction. Congratulations. Can I have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. One more score. We have an initial score of 85, which is a silver with distinction. However, we have a member, a judge in the gold range. Johan, this is all yours, my friend.
Excellent. I gave this a 97 because I really wanted to laugh a lot. laugh as much as that horse, and do that crazy thing with its hair. I might have done that already. And I think that there's nothing tricky about this. There's no special techniques applied. There's just really good observation and a damn good sense of humour. It's very simple. Yeah, I gave it a 97.
Thank you, Johan. We know who's going to go next, don't we? Catherine, where you go?
I gave this 78 bronze, and I want it to be more simple. I want it to be only that central image. I think that central image is absolutely outstanding. It's got all of the attitude, it's got the movement, it's got the quirkiness. Yep, I'm seeing a story. We've got the slightly more manicured mane on the left, and then we go crazy because we did this thing in the middle. But I don't need that story. I just want the strength of that central image to be unadulterated by the fairly ordinary images on the side.
Thank you, Catherine. We've got someone in the middle that would like to speak. Jeremy, thank you.
Yeah, I was right in the centre there on 83. The thing that I didn't pick up before was the nostrils in the first frame and the nostrils in the last frame. There's a defiance about this horse that's kind of like, screw you. Like, thanks for the Fabio hair. I'm getting rid of that and I'm going back to who I am, and this is who I am. And there's a defiance in that. I don't know much about horses and whether the image on the left is the stress or the image on the right is the stress in terms of the nostrils, but I imagine that there's like almost like it digging its heels in on the right with an expression through those nostrils, which just adds to that story of it. Just embracing who it is and not trying to be confined by, you know, the mind of a human. It's just going to be itself. So I'm definitely a bit weak on 83, and I am listening to come up.
Thank you, Jeremy. Amber, would you like to add something?
Just quickly, I really love this image too, and I was down on 84, and I certainly will be coming up. The reason I was down on 84 is because I was really searching for a bit more of a story, and I kept looking at that image, the first one on the left, and it just really reminds me of this young generation who are all about having these big fringes. And then I was like, oh, maybe there's a generational thing going on in here, and then the last one sort of looks like a very dishevelled mother at the end of the day. But if you could just work your magic again, Johan, and give us a little bit more of a story, then I can...
Way you go, Johan.
Okay.
Magic working.
This is who I am, is what I'm saying. So the first image is what some human being did to me to make me look like a pretty horse. And that I don't care, and this is who I am. Who hasn't had a child like that? And came to mind a really old song in Helen Reddy, and I am woman, I am horse, and this is who I am. It's just wonderful, and the tonality and the simplicity of using the dark background to isolate what we need to look at to get the enjoyment out of this image. And I'd like you to get as much enjoyment as possible so you can join me up here.
Thank you, Johan. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 90, a gold award. Congratulations. Well done. Can we have the next image, please? This is our final entry. Judges, don't run away if you're not on the panel at the moment. Please stay. Okay, judges, we have a score of 84, a silver award. Congratulations. Can we have a comment, please, from someone? It's your last chance to talk for the day. Away you go, Jeremy.
Yeah, what a cool capture. Every dog is the hero in this frame, and they're all doing something unique, which dogs are. And some of them are being good boys and some of them being naughty boys. But they look like they're ready to go, and that's just that breed. They're turkeys and they will go. So the fact that the photographer and the owner got them to sit still for probably 2 seconds is a miracle, and to get that moment, I want to believe that it's a single capture. It's beautiful. It's well handled. The background's well handled. The foreground, the mid-tones, everything. It's been very well managed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jeremy. And that is a wrap. Animal category for 2025 is complete. Congratulations. On time. 1 minute to spare. You guys nailed it. Thank you so much. Thank you to Canon. Thank you to Unleashed Education. And thank you to the wonderful judges and my lovely assistant, Victoria. You're amazing.
And kudos to
I'll
you
thank
too.
myself.
I
mean, I'm a bit of all right, aren't I? A bit of all right. Okay. Print handlers. They're amazing. They've gone, I think. But they're amazing. Thank you to everyone. Judges, please stay in that room. You know the drill. Honours will come and steal you, and I won't sing anymore. Have a wonderful evening, team. We'll see you all tomorrow. Good night.